Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signaturetv, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signaturetv.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Most of my kissing scenes looked fake. I just wasn't comfortable, honestly.
Right. He has been called the king of Kannywood, and some have called him the most successful Hausa film actor in the world. He has garnered, a string, a busload of awards, including the AMA, the Future Awards, the Leadership Award, the City People Awards, one of the original crossover acts from the Hausa film industry to the English film industry.
Well, I was challenged by my father.
Okay.
Yeah, he said, you've made it in the regional movie industry, so I think it's time for you to step up your game. So you have to take up this challenge.
We go back 25 years. He was appointed the Director General of the Nigeria Film Corporation.
We did these campaigns together. They, APC, promised the stakeholders in the industry that they're going to give them appointments. And so my name was nominated. Honestly, I never knew I was the choice for the position.
How did he get into acting? He tells me that he got into acting saved him. His mother had just died.
I was so, attached to my mom. When I lost her, I was heartbroken. But that was when my career started in Kannywood. I felt as if everybody in the world has turned their back on me.
He was mourning her darkly for 4 months, couldn't work, couldn't do anything.
I became an introvert. I wasn't mixing up with people. So I just concentrated on the scripts coming to me. I think it was just this acting profession that saved me, that I didn't go into depression.
He talks about the responsibility of being an Hausa actor. The reason why he stopped kissing or being intimate with actors in movies, even though the scenes with Jackie Appiah and others were used against him.
Every entertainer does what they do because they want to entertain people.
Right.
So who are the large chunk of my audience? They are the people from the north. So why displease them? Let me just do what they want. And
the reason why he spoke up and supported those who asked for his fellow actor, Rahama Sadao, to adjust her style.
Even Rahama, for instance, take her into consideration.
Yeah.
Does she dress the way she used to do before?
Right.
She doesn't.
Right.
She's a newly packaged Rahama. Right. I just love her style now. Honestly. She has this, Arewa feel, which is expected of her. because she's from that region,
Right,
you know.
right,
So
yeah.
I feel it's one thing most entertainers should take into consideration.
He talks about the stereotypes he has had to deal with as an Hausa actor, even though he says he has been treated very well.
It was during fasting. I was shooting in Asaba. We just finished shooting a scene, and I said to the production manager, I want to pray. And one person on that side looked at me and said, hey, you this Sharia actor. I'm like, hello.
We also talked about the surreal experience of hearing in the news that you have died and having your wife and family worried when you are alive and kicking.
When I saw it too, I'm like, is somebody in a hurry for me to die? Yeah, because I don't get it.
Yes.
And funny enough, these people open up these accounts with some of your colleagues' names.
ENUGU, who looks like he has not aged a minute since I first met him 20 years ago, with Chude today.
Come for me.
And anytime I see you, it's like you are aging backwards. You look almost the same way as the first time I saw you. I'm not even flattering you. So in 2022, people were shocked when you showed your son on Instagram.
Yes.
Because they couldn't believe it, of course.
Well, a lot of people say that.
Yeah.
So I take it as a compliment.
It is
But
a
then-
compliment.
But when you look at my face, there's gray hair now.
No,
so
there's gray hair, but you know that sometimes some young people have gray hair too, very early.
Of course.
Like in their 30s. So somebody can look at you and think, he's a young man.
But the guy don't old.
The guy, no. What is it like? I mean, you are incredibly accomplished. Incredibly. And I'm telling you, if you look at your awards, the AMAs, the Future Awards, which is when we met for the first time, the Leadership Awards, the City People Awards, you've advocated with international agencies, you know, you've been called something like the most powerful man in Kannywood. You know, you've acted in hundreds of films, you've acted in blockbusters, you've acted in... You know, one of the interesting things, you did the YouTube thing before people even knew that YouTube was a thing. Incredibly accomplished. Are you surprised by how much you've done? The density of what you've done? Do you look back sometimes and think, wow? And I ask that because we're going to talk about the NFC, because it feels like another journey,
yeah, of
after
course.
another journey. How does that feel to you?
First of all, I must say I'm grateful for this compliment, and I was a bit flattered as you were listing out all those things.
Exactly.
But then, you know, it hasn't really been easy, and I must say it's mainly because I've been focused over the years.
Right.
You know, his passion is what drove me into the entertainment field, and I've been holding it very strong. I just concentrate on what my job is. I don't get distracted easily.
Right.
So I'm not surprised that I was able to achieve all these things. Because I've read a lot about people in the entertainment. I've seen how their lives folded out, you know. Yeah. So I was just being very careful with everything. I just concentrated on work. There was a point in time in Kannywood, what they called me, they gave me a nickname, from set to set.
Right, yes.
Where are you coming from? I'm from the set.
Where are you going to set?
To set, yeah. So that's what they call me.
Yes.
Yeah, so but I must say these factors are actually responsible for, achieving all this, and honestly, I'm not really surprised.
Right.
Yeah.
Obviously, Kannywood has a very deep, rich tradition, and for people in Lagos and other places, yes, maybe they were the first that they paid attention to, but the people who you respect and you know who have been in. But for many people, especially in my generation, you were the first real crossover from Kannywood to Nollywood. Yeah. Was that a deliberate plan?
Well, I was challenged by my father.
Okay.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, you've made it in the regional movie industry. So I think it's time for you to step up your game. So
Right.
you have to take up this challenge.
Right.
Which of course I said, how do I start? How do I start? Unfortunately for me, Izu Ojukwu is one person that I've known for so many years when I started out in Jos.
Right.
And
He also went to the film school in Jos, didn't he?
no, not the film school. I went to the University
No,
of
not you,
Jos.
him.
No, Izu.
Yes, I think he did. Anyway, maybe I'm wrong. I think he did film. I think
Yeah,
he
he did.
Jos.
He did a stint at the film institute, but then, he was more of trained by the missionaries.
Right.
So that's it.
So you met him in Jos.
I met him in Jos, and when he wanted to produce Sitanda
Right.
for the Amstel
for Amstel
Malta
Malta box office.
Yeah, so he called me and said he wanted me to take the sub-lead role.
Right.
So I said, okay, fine. I think this is the opportunity to do what I've been challenged to do.
Right.
I took the role, and eventually, as we were shooting, something happened.
Right. What?
He wasn't convinced by the way the person casted was taking the lead role.
Okay.
That's the person casted for the lead
Lead
role.
role, right.
And he said he wants me to switch into that role. And I'm like, we shot for like 5 days. So are you going to throw away all the shots? He said yes, because he previewed the rushes and found out that the guy usually misses his lines, and I was the one that was reminding him the lines. So it means I have his lines and I have mine.
So it's not, he had already counted the cost.
Yes, yeah. So I was surprised because I never knew he was taking that into consideration.
Right.
And in fact, that's when I realized that it's very important for an actor to understand the character of their co-actor when they're on sets.
Right.
So I took the lead role, and that was what actually gave me the break.
Yes, Sitanda was a big deal because it was a great film, won many awards. It was also backed by corporate Nigeria.
Definitely.
And so it was the best way to announce your move from here to here.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, you've had to challenge you, but then you didn't even know how to do it, and then this came.
Yeah.
Could you have imagined? You've been in some of my favorite films, and I'm not even, Last Flight to Abuja, when it came out, was my favorite film.
Okay.
I think my second favorite all-time Nollywood film is The Trade.
Oh, yeah.
And I think The Trade, you were on fire on The Trade. I can
Of course.
I can never forget that scene where he's like, sir, I think they've escaped. You're like, wow, well done.
Yeah, because he's Mr. Know-all. He knows how to do everything.
Could you have imagined that you'd have been in so many English blockbusters? Could you even have, when you started, could you possibly have imagined? Did you imagine it? Did it surprise you?
Honestly, I never imagined.
Yeah.
I never imagined, because after Sitanda, I was nominated for AMA, and fortunately, I won the Best Upcoming Actor award.
Yes.
And right there and then, when I came down the stage, about 3 filmmakers from Asaba approached me and
Immediately.
said, they have their scripts. Am I ready for it? I said, okay, let's move. Fine, let's move. And that's how I was able to penetrate the Asaba market.
Right.
And Lagos came calling and all of that. So that's how.
I think, as far as I know, you were the first person from Kannywood to penetrate Asaba.
Yeah.
I mean, it was inconceivable.
Of course.
for lead roles, because we're trying. The perception that the industry was focused on Southerners. The industry was focused on even Igbo people.
Yeah.
It was so, and you carry these things so lightly. You behave as if you don't know the historic nature of the things you do.
That's because these things happen naturally. Right. So after Asaba, I was able to be on the set of Witindi, BBC World Series.
Yes.
And that's where I met some of the graduating students from the National Film Institute, that people like Kenneth Gang, Makusari, Yinka Edward, and all of that.
Yes.
So I met them, and I noticed that their style of, work is different.
Right.
Very professional,
right.
Very technical, attention to details and all of that.
Yeah.
So when I came across them, and I said, I think it's time for me to go and do a bit of capacity building. Fortunately for me, Project ACT was on. So I was one of those that went to study filmmaking in the Asian Academy for Arts and Television in Delhi.
Yes, New Delhi,
yeah, because
yes.
most of us from Kannywood
Yes.
went to India for
right,
it.
Right.
On my return, I got a proposal from the U.S. Embassy in Abuja. They wanted us to go for an exchange program in the University of Southern California.
Right.
And I felt it was nice to do that.
Yeah.
They said they've approached a couple of my colleagues, but they were like, oh, by the time I go and come back, my career is finished. I have to start from the scratch. But for me, I felt it was an opportunity to build on
what you had already learned.
Of course. So I went.
Right.
Came back from...
How long was it for?
That was for 2 months.
Right.
Yeah, so that's where I did transmedia storytelling.
Right, I saw that, yes.
Okay, on my return, I got an opportunity to go to Los Angeles Center Studios. That's the relativity education.
Right.
And I went for that too. Okay. So these things, were some of the factors that shaped me. I became very much aware of what kind of roles to pick. The whole storyline should appeal to you.
Yeah.
The character you're playing should be well defined.
Yes.
So that's it. And that's partly responsible for some of these projects you talked about.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
So there was a deliberateness in selecting how you show up.
Yeah.
Let's go back to, you were born in Borno.
Yes.
Yes. Tell us about the childhood, because now, when we talk, now I'm going to ask you about a lot of the young people who are now exploring the North, especially the content creators, and realizing that most of the things that they were told just weren't true. But you were born in Borno. We know the news that often comes out in the press about Borno, about Maiduguri, about Chibok. What was growing up like?
I was born in Borno, but I didn't actually grow up in Borno. I grew up in Kano.
Yes,
but then I frequent Borno because Borno is my mother's state, and my grandmother used to live in Borno.
Right.
So most of the times when it's time for holidays, we usually go to Borno. It's a very peaceful place, very, interesting place to be. And it's a cosmopolitan city that accommodates a lot of people, all tribes, all religions. Yeah. In fact, even the indigenous of the states. You have Muslims and Christians living together in harmony and all of that. Yes. So that's it.
Yeah. When you think of that, all the things that have happened in it now, how do you respond to that?
Honestly, I feel broken because there was a time we couldn't go to visit any of our relatives that was in Borno. In fact, my mother's local government was ravaged. Right. That's Bama local government.
Right.
Some of our relatives, up until today, we've not seen them. We don't know where they went to. It's like they got lost or something. So they were displaced, actually. So it's really heartbreaking to see that some of those, beautiful memories of those days are not there anymore.
Yeah. So you mentioned your dad. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's some reports on the internet that you were raised by a single mom. Yeah. Were you raised by a single mom?
Of course I was raised by a single mom.
Right. So what happened to your dad?
Yeah, they were divorced when I was around 5, I guess.
Right. Some of the reports I saw said it was about religion.
Not really about religion.
Right.
Not really about religion.
Right.
I think it's just a mutual thing between them, and they felt it's not going to work, and they separated.
Right.
Right from when I was 5 years old,
I
never saw my dad until I graduated from secondary school.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's when we reconnected. And it was my mom that took me to him for holidays.
Right. Yeah. So why didn't you see him all that time?
Probably, because he felt she could take care of the responsibilities, and he left me with her.
Right.
Yeah,
so she had no resentment towards him?
No, she had.
Right.
I was so, attached to my mom. When I lost her, I was heartbroken. But that was when my career started in Kannywood. And I think losing my mom was what actually made me become glued to my career.
Right. Why?
Yeah, I just withdrew into a shell. I became an introvert. I wasn't mixing up with people. That's why I just concentrated on the scripts coming to me, the projects I was working on.
Right, that makes sense, yeah. Something switched in you when she passed.
Of course.
And then work was not the thing that you could throw yourself into. Yeah. Your dad was a politician.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know that your journey was going to lead you to government?
Not at all. Because initially, when you talk to me about politics, I don't even want to hear it.
Get involved, yes.
People at a point, because of my popularity in the North, were asking me if I was going to contest for any of the seats. And I said, no, I'm not going to contest because I don't feel like it. I just feel all these things should be things you feel you want to do, not because you're compelled to do them by people. But eventually, I had a conversation with someone who I see as my godfather in politics. The present State Minister for Housing and Urban Development. Alhaji Yusuf Atta. So he said to me that in whatever you do globally, politics is involved. And it's always good for you to, be a part of a certain movement in politics. He convinced me, and that's when I said, okay, fine, I think it's time for me to do it.
And then after that, what happened next?
What's
the journey from that to where we are now?
Well, it's been, movies, endorsements, a bit of politics and all of that. So, finally, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was contesting for the seat, I said, okay, fine. This is my party, so I have to do it. And that's how we started the campaign from state to state. And eventually, when he won, the present minister for arts, culture, tourism, and creative economy, Barrister Hannatu Musawa.
She's incredible.
Of course she is. Very nice person. So she now said, we did these campaigns together. And they, APC, promised some of our the stakeholders in the industry that they're going to give them appointments. And so my name was nominated. They asked for our CVs, which of course we submitted. But honestly, I never knew I was the choice for the position because I just felt we were about 5 that submitted our CVs. So they now decided, okay, fine, I'm one of those that will get the appointment. And that's how.
Speaking of that, you said at some point that you were no longer going to kiss in movies or etc. because of your religion. Because of my religion, because of the perception of my people, my tradition. And I have to really take that into consideration. I said, no, I'm not going to do it again. After all, every entertainer does what they do because they want to entertain people. So who are the large chunk of my audience? They are the people from the north. So why displease them? Let me just do what they want. And so it's respect for the sensibilities of the people that made you, that contributed to making you a star.
Definitely, because I feel they deserve that respect.
I love that. So there was no angst when you made that decision. It just made sense to you. If these are the bulk of the people who like me, this is what they want, let's do it. I think, is that the same thing? Because remember when the whole sanction on Rahama happened, you took a diplomatic stance. I think you said it's extreme but understandable or something like that. Was that the same feeling?
Yeah, it was the same feeling. Because even Rahama, for instance, take her into consideration. Does she dress the way she used to do before? She doesn't. She's a newly packaged Rahama. I just love her style now. Honestly, she has this Arewa feel, which is expected of her. Because she's from that region, So I feel it's one thing most entertainers should take into consideration. Where you come from. I just came back from China. I was in a panel and we were discussing culture and technology and how technology is moving fast and how everybody is scared. Technology might take over culture, but I feel technology can take the major stride and keep going and you still remain original and, your culture doesn't fade.
Have you faced any backlash or any criticism for those stances?
I have. Of course I have. Even when Rama's case came up, some people took excerpts from those films that I did with Jackie Appiah and Ogie Okoye and some of them, and they will bring those footages back.
That you've done bad things.
But I never felt bad because these things are bound to happen. Even today, if I want to contest for a seat in the north, that will happen. Some people will say, okay, let's use those as videos against him. But it's a thing of the mind. I don't get moved by such things. They don't worry me. Most of my kissing scenes looked fake. Yeah, no.
You were.
I just wasn't comfortable, honestly.
Right. So it was like freedom when you made the decision to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, can you tell me something that you've gone through that really shook you?
Something that I've gone through really shook me. Honestly, it was when I lost my mom.
Right.
When I lost my mom, I had nobody by my side. I lived in our house for about 3 to 4 months without anybody, alone.
Right.
Sometimes there's no electricity, then I couldn't afford a generator, When I come back to the house, I use the local lamp or candle, and I usually sleep in darkness. I was alone.
Yeah.
I felt as if everybody in the world has turned their back on me. I was so lonely.
Right.
I think it was just this acting profession that, saved me, that I didn't go into depression. There was one other time, it was during fasting. I was shooting in Asaba.
Okay.
We just finished shooting a scene, and I said to the production manager, the next scene we're shooting, please just get a scene that I am not in, because I want to pray.
Right.
And one person on that side looked at me and said, hey, you this Sharia actor. I'm like, hello, what's Sharia? I just want to pray and I'll join you guys.
Yeah.
I'm not in the whole scenes that we're shooting today. But he later apologized.
What is that like, to be fully alive and well and to see viral news saying you've died?
Honestly, it's disheartening, because when I saw it too, I'm like, is somebody in a hurry for me to die? Yeah, because I don't get it.
Yes.
And funny enough, these people open up these accounts with some of your colleagues' names.
Right.
So if one is not careful,
you would think that
you think they're behind it.
Right. It's the weirdest thing. Well, thank God. God forbid that we talk about your death. There's still so much ahead for you to do.
Amen.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, Ali. It's amazing because, like I said, I met you over 20 years ago when you were nominated for the Future Awards Africa.
Of course.
And just a fresh voice and a fresh face. The beauty of it is that it's more than 20 years into your career and it still feels fresh. Definitely. That is not a thing to take for granted. I wish you all the best in this position and all the best for all the things that you plan to do with and after it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining me.
Yeah.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Signature Television on Signature Morning. My name is Christopher Lele. Wow, a cold Friday morning. I wanted to say thank God it's Friday, but this cold is just making me feel somehow for the day.
Too bad for you.
Right.
You got no wife.
Wow. You just come. You just threw that shit at me right now.
No, it's not a shame. It's a fact. Welcome this morning to Signature TV morning show. We are here again to provide you with scintillating stories and to talk about Nigeria. My name remains Dr. McGinger Ibereme, always here to ginger the show.
All right, we've got a whole lot packed for you just after the break. Stay with us.
We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken this vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, welcome back. We start this morning as usual with a newspaper review, and first on our list is the Punch, the Punchy Punch according to the Oracle. Yeah. So here in the Punch you have UK 1 citizens against travel to Borno, Yobe, 9 others. Tinubu OPS kicks against articles petrol subsidy push. States get special 435 billion naira for security infrastructure. Governors hail Tinubu for supporting states to tackle challenges. Gombe, Lagos, Ondo, Enugu lead beneficiaries of FAC Special Intervention Fund. Special Intervention Fund meant for security projects, roads. Over 46 bodies recovered in Sokoto boat accident. EFCC, ICPC summoned NFF officials over 12 billion naira federal government fund. And that's it on the Punch. I think maybe we should talk about this Tinubu OPS kick against articles petroleum subsidy push.
You're not going to, don't tempt me today. We're not going to do that. We have this on the What's Trending segment and we're going to dissect it. So just avoid it.
Yeah.
Good. But I'm also curious to look at the UK warning citizens against travel to Borno, Yobe and 9 others.
Yeah, I think I saw that somewhere in the news yesterday. Yeah, it's a routine thing. It's just a travel directory. A lot of countries do that. You got to keep your citizens informed, especially when you have some information in terms of security. I think in southern Nigeria they listed Abia and Anambra to only for places you should travel only when very necessary. There are states they listed, especially up north, that you should totally avoid. So it's just to keep, it's just for safety purposes.
But I'm just curious to know, do you think Nigeria government at any point send messages like that, to other citizens in other countries?
Yeah, they do. I've said it before. Like even in US or UK, if you have serious crisis situation, Nigeria, it's a routine diplomatic thing. You ought to inform your citizens. But on the other hand, it's an indictment because 9 states
That's quite a number. It shows a widespread insecurity, and the world is noticing. So I do not see anything wrong for UK in that, and it's also a clarion call to the Nigerian government to do more in terms of insecurity, and that's would take us to the next story that talks about states getting a special 405 billion for security infrastructure.
There's always funds, and at the end of the day, you almost feel like nothing's really coming out.
Yeah, you see here that the state governors hail Tinubu for supporting the, they will hail him once it involves money. They will hail the president.
And also, I think, was it yesterday, from still the US, the state confirmed that it will be long for us to leave the country of particular concern because of a write-up from, I can't really put my head together with that again, write-up from one of the country association, condoling with Nigerians and the Plateau killings that just happened recently. And then that lawmaker stay commenting that it will be hard for Nigeria to leave the state of particular country of particular concern. And this is really sad because it keeps bringing Nigeria on the map, not for good, but for insecurity. Many people will start to look onto Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm more really at this point concerned about the window dressing. The problem is that we have a challenge of insecurity.
Yes.
And it is widespread. It happens like every day. There is no window dressing about it. Nigeria is a highly insecure country. Nigeria is a highly terrorized country. Nigeria has insecurity problem, and it's obvious the government is not doing enough. So what we need to do is to solve the problem. If you solve the problem, whatever concerns the world have about our country will naturally die off. It was not always like this. The insecurity started around 2003. I dare say, before then in the Niger Delta, but it was, localized because these guys had what they were pursuing. They were talking about environmental concerns and revenue control in the Niger Delta, and the President Yaradua and later President Jonathan solved that problem, and that insecurity in the Niger Delta, it went away. But the insecurity in the north is something we do not know exactly what they agitating for. The Boko Haram, they came condemning the Western education, and they've been bombing people and killing and maiming. Wantonly, and then the others that raid communities in the Middle Belt, Plateau, Benue, Kogi, Nasarawa. The agitation is also opaque. We don't know exactly what they are stating for. And then in the southeast, before now, the Biafra agitators, they also began to cause like mayhem. Their own was also known what they were stating for. They wanted a separate state of Biafra. That one has also died down recently since the incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu and especially Simon Ekpa. Everywhere it seems to be calmer. So, but on its own, the federal government, we still believe, is not doing enough, because every day we hear soldiers complain about, their remuneration, their welfare. They complain about not being properly armed, in spite of all the billions and trillions do that for security, and nobody is being probed, nobody is held accountable, nobody is held responsible. The people who are fighting this war, they are poorly motivated, and there have been times where they talk about sabotage, internal sabotage, and there is no proper probe to fish out those who are sabotaging and putting the lives of our security personnel on the line. So, and the Nigerian government also seems to be timid about collaboration. There are so many countries that will willingly collaborate with Nigeria to stamp out this insecurity, but we don't see the country doing enough. So I'm not really concerned about the window dressing, the way the world perceives Nigeria. I want a peaceful country. I want a secure country, not a country that, has closed its window from the world so that they don't know what is going on here.
Another story here that got to me is over 46 bodies recovered in Sokoto boat accident. And remember the year we lost Jerry, the actor, still through boat accident. And I want to believe there was some sort of awareness sensitization. People talked about it. It's moving around everywhere.
Our waterway safety is very poor. You see a lot of these ferries plying our waterways. There are open ferries. There are no safety measures.
No safety measures. There's no monitoring team to really follow up on these people. How they're going about and overloading every time.
I believe that God will take them to their destination. In northern Nigeria and the riverine Niger Delta, this happens a lot of times. We see perennial, accidents on in the waterways, claiming lives unnecessarily. That goes to still speak about how cheap human life has become in Nigeria. There's poor regulation. But the waterway is a major route of transportation, and for some people, the only route of transportation. And the government should invest in this area, at least encourage investors to, take advantage of these opportunities, while providing adequate measures to ensure that it is a safe means of transportation.
Okay, so let's look at another paper here. Right here we have the Vanguard. Let's go to the Vanguard newspaper. Sad, bad state of police barracks. Sad, bad state of police barracks. Officers live with filth, leaks, and rodents. Christian killings. Why US won't remove Nigeria CPC tag. Congressman Moore speaking there at door-to-door rally. Okay, campaign seems to have started somewhere. Fuel subsidy, Tinubu Atiku battle. Okay, that's just major stories here. Olu of Warri's 5th anniversary. It's about culture, homecoming, empowerment. Okay, so this one got to me. The sad, bad state of police barracks. Officers live with filth.
There are two sides to it. To me, the police there's a police service commission. There are several means that the police could take care of themselves. But what you find out is that a lot of funding that goes towards the police service end up in corruption. Yes, the federal government may not be doing enough. But when you go to police barracks, you see that there are even basic things they ought to do by themselves. It's not done. These places are poorly maintained, and who will police the police? If the police cannot even, secure their own funding, then there's a problem. So the barrack has remained a contentious issue every other day in Nigeria. There's no doubt that the Nigerian police barracks are in a very bad shape. But recently, after the scandal in Lagos, I think there was a barrack that came to limelight a couple of years back, and the federal government went into massive rehabilitation. But some barracks have remained in that kind of their situation, and we urge the federal government and the authorities concerned to do something. The police should not be living like wild animals. They are not wild animals. They are Nigerian police, and it's a symbolic outfit that represents who we are as a country.
But don't you think it's also about placing priorities? These are people that guard the nation, that protects the nation. Do you see them really well, properly taken care of? Do they have the welfare? No. Do they also have, how would I put it, the package that manages, sanitation and what have you? Even their buildings, not just about the cleanliness, even their buildings are dilapidated. Some of their buildings have collapsed. Most of them are just managing themselves here and there.
One organization that has made themselves very cheap is the police. Their collusion with corrupt politicians is very stark, and it affects both the police and everybody. It only gets to them when they retire and join the civilian life but you see them brazenly, working for the big men, so-called big men in Nigeria, colluding with government in times of oppression of citizens, and even when citizens tries to protest, poor welfare or poor infrastructure, it is usually the police that is used to watch the citizens as if they are the enemies. Meanwhile, the police people are with us. They encounter almost everything that we encounter, if not worse. But the police will be the first to come after you if you speak out against the government. You see the cyber security law that they always misapply to hound, bloggers or individuals that speak out against bad governance here and there. So police is a responsible in a way for its own plight, because of their collusion with the corrupt individuals. Police have made themselves so cheap and available to, the oppressors of the common man, that it's also affecting the police, because if the police could put their acts together and make certain demands from federal government, the federal government will listen to them. You can look at the military, they are better packaged. Even though they don't have it all, they don't have a perfect situation, but you see that they garner more respect both from the people and from government because of how they position themselves. I've been to countries where police is very respected, in South Africa, in America, in the UK. I mean, there is the respect that is given to the police, it's unchallenged. But here in Nigeria, I mean, everybody sees the police as no be them. The Nigerians believe that you just need to, offer them a little inducement and they will do your bidding. So the Nigerian police needs to wake up and remove that, maybe historically where they are coming from. This police was built as a colonial police that was meant to, as an instrument of oppression against the people. And they've carried on like that. Psychologically, the Nigerian police is built as an enemy of the people instead of being the friends of the people. There needs to be internal restructuring, internal rebranding by the police. There is a saying that when you call your plate trash, your visitor will use it for an ashtray. That's exactly what's happening with Nigerian police. So I think solving the problem needs to start from inside. The police should, wash their image and put on a whole different image so that the people will respect them, so that the government will value them. They can't continue to be the attack dogs of the government, that the government or rich powerful individuals can use at their whims to do their biddings a lot of times even outside the ambit of the law.
Well, in as much as you're right in your point, but I still stand to oppose somehow that it's not just about the police, it's also about the citizens. You understand? In as much as you want to believe that the police have to sit up and do it right to be respected, the citizens also have to respect the police and follow the rules and regulations they're supposed to follow, so that they will not fall in any sort of circumstance.
What are you even talking about?
The police.
You don't moralize law and order. Listen, the job of the police is very clear. I mean, if the individuals had to do all these things by themselves without policing, then there is no need for policing. Excuse me. My point is that if the police becomes the police, the individuals will fall in line. We don't get away with breaking the law unless we are powerful.
No, you're making it sound like, sorry to cut in, you're making it sound like there are no great, nice police people out there that are doing their job.
No.
Even in the midst of those great, nice police out there.
I said the police.
I know. There are still great policemen out there doing their job, and you still see corrupt, eating Nigerians. That corruption has eaten deep in their system, who still want to have their way in. And when they try to retaliate or tell them the right way to do, they target that the police and the
Is that what you mean? But the people you're talking about are the people who are being brutalized along the highways of Nigeria, or drivers who are being exploited, the KK people who they take their money. Is it the people they even where police say bail is free, that they collect hundreds and millions of naira from? Is it the youths that they tag one thing or the other? We see it every day on the radio, on the television and the internet. Police even referring to corporates every day. Is that the people you are referring to?
We have such people, right? We do. But we also have the good ones. If you've not encountered them, I've encountered the good ones.
We're talking about statistics here. When something is substantially bad, it can be generalized as
even if something is extremely bad, it's not just about the police, it's also about the citizens. That's what I'm saying.
No, the citizens.
For us to balance this, you have to look at it from the angle. No, we have to look from the angle of the citizens.
Listen, law and order is not a morality issue. There's no country you don't have people who want to cut corner. It's about punitive measures. That's why we have the police. So you cannot be preaching to individuals where you have law and order. There is a law that if you do this, you will be caught. If police begins to do their work, naturally crime will go down. Nobody wants to be put in that position of confinement. So you can't. So then let's kill the police and use only pastors and the man.
While police are doing their jobs, right, and meeting up all their expectations in quotes, Nigerians should also be a good citizen.
No, being a good citizen is a function of state. We have submitted. We already a good citizen by the time we submitted to a state. I mean, I cannot go about doing whatever I like. Even here, I can't speak whatever I want because I am a subject of the state. My rights are controlled by the state. That's already being a good citizen. If not, I will be in the wild, perambulating everywhere, shooting anybody I like. We'll go back to the raw state of nature. We are here because we are good citizens. That's why we are Nigerians. We bear the Nigerian passport. We bear the Nigerian identity. We are answerable to a state. The people who created the laws, the state that we are submitted to, have to manage the laws. If I go foul, don't preach to me. Hold me accountable because you already have a law laid down. That is why you have the nation state, the modern state that we have today. In the past, Rome could just move from Rome, go to Alexandria and conquer it. And then move to Mesopotamia and conquer it. Move to Ethiopia and conquer it. That was before. And then we have a new, the new world where you have states, where you have boundaries, where you have even international law and laws and local laws. And people have been compelled to submit to these laws. To who? Who is that law? The government. The government owns the police, the government owns the army, so they own both the law inside and to secure the borders of that country.
Well, the challenge I'm having with this, your theory, which I'm not saying is entirely bad, the challenge I'm having with it is that you're dumping all the responsibilities on the police.
Yes.
Forgetting that the citizens also have a role to play in this. Well, no policeman, an average policeman will not want to leave the house to be facing challenges or be called a bad person.
You don't understand. The individual has already played that role. Listen,
not all individuals. That's what I'm saying. Not all individuals.
Even those who
not all.
You don't understand. Whether you agree or not, you do not have the right not to play that role. That's the point I'm making. Excuse me. As you are now, you don't need to preach to me not to be an armed robber. If I become an armed robber, I will be caught, I will be prosecuted, and sent to jail. That's already being a good citizen, because if not, I will say I'm an armed robber. Then it means that there is a lawlessness in the state. The authority to control everything lies with the state. I cannot come back. It's just like a child now. You have your child in your house. You have the right to discipline this child. You understand? And then you are moralizing. You will now leave the child to do whatever he likes and say that this child doesn't want to be a good child. No, he's a child. The responsibility to form that child, to continue to tell you that this is the do's and these are the don'ts in my house, and whenever the child goes astray, you punish the child or call it the other, lies with you. So in your house, you are the state, you are the government, and the instrument of the government for law and order is the police. If we want to start moralizing law and order, then let's scribe the police and use only pastors and the imams. They will just be preaching to people, please, the kingdom of God is coming soon. Don't commit atrocity.
You see this narrative you just gave now? I'm going to give you something close to what you just said. I will just wrap it on this. You mentioned the family now. You know, the narrative of the house help and the master of the house is always in the mind of people that the master will always abuse or maltreat the house help in most cases. Now, there are some house helps that they are just not cool-headed to do it right. And when the master, in his rights, in his understanding, is trying to correct the house help or do any form of correction. Of course, I'm not supporting abuse. An outlooker, somebody out there can see this and conclude that this person is maltreating this person because he's not his child. That's the conception, that's the mindset people have with the police.
You got it wrong.
Once police is trying
the police, there is a
people misunderstand.
People don't misunderstand. People do not misunderstand the police. Even the police has laid down, if you do this, you'll be punished by this. If you do this, if you punish that. People complain when the police goes beyond what they're supposed to do. Now, excuse me, I have never seen where people begin to complain that the police caught a thief and took him to court and jailed him. They have never said that police is jailing people too much. They've never said that the police is catching people too much. We're talking about police going outside the law to do things that, raiding hostels for no reason, harassing students, harassing transporters, exploiting the general public. That's what people complain of. Nobody has ever complained that, these people are catching thieves too much. These people are chasing corrupt politicians too much. There has never been any such complaint.
I'm not much concerned about, I'm not focusing rather, not concerned about the police, the thieves and the armed robbers and the likes. That's a different case. I'm talking about the day-to-day activity or affairs with police and citizens on the
How has the police done their work within the law that people complain?
In some cases, not most cases.
There has never been any case.
In some cases, the police are also on their rights, but the citizens abuse relationship. And in most cases, when the police retaliate, when they retaliate
with what? How can you retaliate? Police is not to retaliate. Police to carry out law and excuse me. When you say abuse the relationship, how do you abuse the relationship?
Police is your friend.
Police is your friend does not mean you go and commit crime. Police will leave you. Police is your friend. Excuse me.
No.
The only person who can abuse the relationship here is the police. This is skewed. The relationship is one-sided. The police has the knife and the yam. An individual cannot abuse. In fact, if there is any abuse, no matter who benefited, it's the police that abuses it because he has the authority. The individual has no authority. When you have authority over me, I cannot abuse our relationship. You can abuse my relationship. Either by allowing me to do the things that you shouldn't allow me to, or you not overseeing me properly. There's no abuse by the individual.
This argument will likely never end because I would have come in and asked you if you've never come across any case at all that a police person has been abused. Have you not come across any case at all that a police person has been slapped on the road while doing his job? Have you not come across any case at all that a police has been ridden on and killed brutally? Have you not come across any case that a policeman is on his right due to try to stop the vehicle and the vehicle will ride on him? The law say on the law
I have not. Excuse me, sir. Do you know why I have not? Because the same police has the instrument of power to control that person. If you slap the police, you go in for it. All the police needs is reinforcements. Alright, it's not an abuse. Okay, so excuse me, that person has continued to commit crime, which is still within the ambit of the rights of the police to prosecute. There has never been anybody who slapped the police and then everybody will be like, leave him now. He did it unknowingly. No, nobody will support you for slapping the police.
But I'm also telling you that police are also victims of circumstances. I'm telling you, and this is you just admitted it. But
no, police are not a victim of circumstances. Which circumstances are they?
Alright, so we're not going to fight about this. That reminds me, did you see a video of Davido? I think we're going to go into that in what's trending. I had something I wanted to say about that, but we're going to that what's trending. Let's look at the next paper here, Daily Independent. On the Daily Independent, we have Okorocha sues Ozodinma, APC, INEC over Imo West senatorial ticket. Article proposes new fuel subsidy model to slash petrol prices. Still on this paper, structural gaps hold back Nigeria's 600k vehicle capacity. NADDC says 40 vehicle assembly plants now operational. PDP launches Goodluck Jonathan presidential campaign. Okay. Article's fuel subsidy stance shows desperation for power. Presidency sharing that. Adeleke brands Tinubu father of democracy. Each branding. The other day it was son of Osun State. Alright, and Sanwo-Olu unveils fresh roadmap to power Lagos with 3,500 megawatts. Tinubu's neutrality in Osun polls strengthened democracy. Akume speaking there, 46 dead as a boat carrying farmers capsizes in Sokoto. Okay. So since we are behind time, should we look at any of the stories here, or should we look at the next paper?
No, will it be? The whole headlines are similar.
Almost repetitive, right?
Yeah.
So how about this PDP launches Goodluck Jonathan's presidential campaign?
I think that, we've seen that kind of reporting before.
Right, and we kind of dismissed it.
I don't want to be party to any kind of confusion. I don't know which PDP they are talking about, because there are two PDP, and I don't think it's the PDP recognized by INEC and the court that they are talking about. So I might as well not entertain the controversy. So this article business keeps starting at
Okay, so I forgot a story here. After the story, you look at the next paper. Data surge propelled NTN Airtel to 20.38 trillion naira revenue in 5 years. It seems these communication networks, they're really doing well, but their customers, their clients seem to be suffering. I don't know how to put it. I don't know. Let me try to put it in a better way. The data keeps increasing, the price for the data, and yet it doesn't take long. It just finishes.
Well,
and then they're still making profits, but the people using them are not really feeling it. I don't know if I'm the only one in this shoe.
I don't know. I can't even really speak on that objectively, but I think that it's a good thing that we are having high internet penetration in Nigeria.
Penetration.
And we all just need to start using our data for meaningful things. Yeah, because currently, if you do an analysis, which I've not done, you may find out that the data consumption, a substantial percentage of it is for recreation, for leisure, not for that. That's why people complain, because it's not yielding anything tangible to you except recreation. So Nigerian youth should be mentored to be creative and productive with the digital tools.
How often do you buy data? I know in your office, Wi-Fi here and there.
I have a MTN Cyberbox in my house, so I have non-stop data in my house.
Okay, I don't want you to patronize them. Now the angle I'm coming in is that if you go out there,
phone, I buy data like.
The average Nigerians complain that data does not last on their phones.
It is possible, but
and then the amount is also not favorable as well.
I don't doubt that. What I'm saying is that those people who complain too, when you look at what they use the data for, you will understand why the data finishes very fast. When the only thing you do is watch Facebook Reels and click on Instagram, these things are high data consumption without being any kind of product. Even though they are helping the content. Those guys
to get the revenues.
Somebody is making money. The guy who we are watching is not complaining about the cost of data. It is you who is consuming that content. So everybody should find a niche. If you have your phone that you're already using it for recreation, you might as well use it to also make money for you to pay for your recreation.
Right.
I'm not saying that data couldn't be cheaper, especially with the high consumption. I believe that the regulators should look at the cost of data compared to other countries.
But it's not like I entirely blame these telecommunication networks.
I do like exonerate people. Who do you want to blame?
No. Let's look at the cost of even doing business in Nigeria in the first
but
place.
they're talking about profits here.
Yes.
If you are making a lot of profit, and the consumers are complaining, that you are exploiting them.
Yeah, that was it.
So
I stood on that when I started. That was my major concern. You're doing so well, but the people that are also patronizing you. But we also have to understand, there was a time I remember there was a night call, and data you can use 500 and get like 2-3 gig and what have you. But that was when Nigeria was in quotes Nigeria. But go back now to Nigeria. Doing business in Nigeria now is just not easy. And these companies, they pay through their noses. There are different fees they pay here and there.
A corporate business. I mean, the prices should not be arbitrary. It should also be reasonable. There should be regulations. In every business, by the way, you don't just come and put arbitrary prices that does not make any sense, does not add up. Nigeria is not existing in isolation. There are other countries where even telecommunications they operate. MTN, for instance, it operates in several countries, and we should be able to compare the cost of data in those countries and why is this so? Is it that the government is taxing them a lot? But when you're talking about profits here, that should be net profit. That should be profit after tax and everything. So these guys need to be this issue of data, because it has become essential today that Nigerians need data to survive.
Everything.
Almost everything we do nowadays, is anchored on data consumption. So the federal government or whichever agency, whether it's SSC or whatever that's responsible for the regulation of this data, needs to look at it. It's something that you can easily get away with, because sometimes you can't even tangibly calculate how much data you are using, and the people who even talk about it are not like making any formal. It's just something you sarcastically or jokingly talk about. I just bought 2 gig. It's finished. You laugh it off and buy another 2 gig. So it's important that we're having these conversations, and it's very necessary that the authorities responsible will do something about it.
All right. So let's just jump through the papers without really analyzing them.
Jump alone. I'll just go through. Daily Sun. As campaign kicks off, NDC put houses in order first. Very important.
Daily Sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
UK warns nationals against traveling to 18 Nigerian states. Yeah, that's like half of the states. Tinubu, Atiku, Wike, APM clash over subsidy service. Presidency. SVP desperate for power. No 30 trillion subsidy windfall exists. Government should account for 30 trillion federation funds, says Atiku. Wike asks if former VP will subsidize Dangote fuel. We need full disclosure on 15.8 trillion savings claim, APM. Federal government raises 7.2 trillion via bonds to address funding shortfall. CBN, Nigeria's foreign reserves hit 52.5 billion, 17-year high. Protesters stop INEC headquarters over Osun governorship poll. Wike orders demolition of 30 buildings blocking Abuja Ring Road. ENUGU makes history, begins advanced robotic surgery. Wow, that's a good one.
Wow.
That's a good one.
Remember, we talked about it, AI, we talked about schools. Also, yes, to talk about schools and some of these advanced courses that are being carried out and all of that. That's really cool.
This is cool. Robotic surgery. This is about non-invasiveness. Healthcare before now has been very invasive. From the medications you take, many of them are repulsive. Or injection you have to take, they are painful too. Surgeries are extensive and invasive, So you see that interventions in healthcare causes some major discomforts to the recipients. But technology is taking us away from invasiveness, to minimal access. Surgeries that you can go through major surgeries and go home within a day because not much damage is done in your body. So when we talk about this robotic surgery, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Instead of opening up the whole place, and exposing them to elements with higher risk of mortality in the theater and even debility after the procedure. So with robotic surgeries now, you have minimal access. Just introduce a robot that goes in there, goes directly to
the robot does the operation.
Goes in there. You control the robot. Outside. Maybe through the screen. Control it. It goes in there, closes the place you want to close,
and they're almost always perfect with their.
Yeah, it's a precision. You're looking at the screen. When you go in as a surgeon, you are crudely looking for the organ. You could miss it or damage something else while doing that. But when a robot is going in there, you're watching on the screen. You are seeing the movement of the robot and guiding it. So it's actually precision surgery, and it's going directly to the organ affected. It goes in there, does what it has to do, and then moves away quietly. So healthcare is also advancing. Because right now, for us to cure you, will harm you to some extent. Especially for surgical procedures. It's very invasive at the moment, and with all these improvements in technology, the invasiveness will reduce remarkably. Also, it's faster, saves a lot of time. The time that somebody has to do an anesthesia, the time that the surgeon has to spend in the theater. Also, the loss of body fluids, blood, effluence is minimal. Because of course, it's no longer very invasive. The advantages are unprecedented, and this is continent. It is good to see that a state like Imo State is invested in something like this. This
So
is when we're talking
impressive.
about building health tourism. This is what we're talking about, because definitely it will attract movement of people who want to experience this improvement in technology, and that's health tourism. The economy of the state will be boosted, because these people, while they are there to receive care, of course, they will patronize local service providers. That's a kudos to Imo State government.
Yes, and I would like to put it to you that we should run something on this. Make plans, maybe visits, or just get one or two information and get more updates on this.
From Imo State.
A good thing you're a doctor, so you can just
it's
put your contacts together and see how we can.
We're also expecting that maybe as ENUGU is rolling out the international hospital, that they we hope that
this too will be included
for this kind of advancement. The project looks impressive, and
That's
I'm hearing
good.
that. I'm hearing that it will not be managed by the government; it will be outsourced to a corporation that will manage it, and that's a good one because the debt of some of these infrastructures is because of the poor management by the government. So when you have companies that you outsource these things to, they do a better job at managing this establishment.
Nice. Now let's take a look at the Nigerian Tribune. External reserves to hit $53 billion by year-end. NESG speaking there. 46 bodies recovered, 15 rescued in Sokoto boat accident. Subsidy savings. NECA wants states, local governments to account for 10.4 trillion naira. Petrol subsidy removal. Presidency tackles Atiku, accuses him of face, says ex-VP spoke like a man from archaic past. As ADC candidate unveils plans to subsidize refineries, explains why Nigeria needs targeted capped fuel subsidy. 39 arrested as vandals destroy Lagos Calabar Highway. Adeleke visits Tinubu. And Yoruba apologizes to aggrieved APC aspirant members in Oyo. 6 unity among party faithfuls. Opposition parties CSOs tasks INEC on stronger technology to protect votes. Health, malaria, local data could hold the key to cutting deaths, says Nigeria Health Watch. Local data could hold the key to cutting deaths, says Nigeria Health Watch. Okay, that's for that, and then I think that's the much we'll take on this very session of the newspaper reviews. Most of the stories are repeated, and now we go straight to the stories that have been making the rounds on all of the papers this morning. Just after the break, stay with us.
We are local.
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get a Bonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to New Day, your favorite weekend show on Signature TV, and this is a New Day special because we are also breaking a Guinness World Record for the most interviews conducted in 12 hours. I will be your host, Dr. Chidi Chiagaran. Tell us, what's your perception of social media? And please don't be biased because every Gen Z loves social media.
I've seen women that when they came to us, they were feeling like nothing, as in like they were feeling that they don't have anything in their life again to give. And by the time we encourage you, by the time we build your confidence, we talk to you to know that you have something to give. There is something inside of you, and people are waiting, people are crying, people are praying for you to arise.
several times when we go on awareness campaigns to, educate people on the earliest symptoms and signs of breast cancer, we have particularly men who actually phone in and call in to ask, does suckling reduce breast cancer? As of today, there has been no studies that have shown that it reduces the risk of breast cancer.
When we did a little research, we realized that it was not incompetency, it was not lack of desire, but lack of learning resources that has made a lot of families and schools not to avail the children or their wards the opportunity to learn Igbo language.
Supplements or dietary supplements are actually products that are meant to introduce nutrition or some beneficial ingredients to our diets. They do not replace diets, they are not drugs, but they are meant to help supplement our diets, hence the word supplements.
I just couldn't hold the excitement. I could feel it, the joy of going through something, waiting for about 6 months and finally get to hear something from it. On the screen, you could see Dr. Chigi Chagorom doing what she knows how to do best. She contested, attempted the most TV interview in 12 hours. And what started as a dream is now a reality. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to the latest Guinness World Records attempt, world record holder, Dr. Chigi.
Thank you so much, Chigi.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning, Ginger. Good to meet you.
How are you today?
Great.
How does it feel to be
fabulous.
a World Guinness Record holder?
So how I feel, there is no English word actually to capture how I feel. It's a mixture, like a cocktail of emotions. I am happy, I'm excited, I'm humbled, I'm a little bit anxious because I'm wondering, okay, so what's next, right? So it's like a mixture of emotions going on at the same time, but in all, it's a good feeling.
But waiting for like 6 months, if I'm not mistaken, I could imagine, were you impatient? Did you lost hope at some point? Did you feel like, what if I didn't win? What would I keep my face? What was in your head in that long wait?
Honestly, I don't wish a long wait on anybody because it's excruciating. And the thing is, the way it's structured, the correspondence is only one way, in the sense that you cannot email, you cannot put a call through. You have to go through your dashboard. So you have to send correspondence, and if your records manager wants, he can respond. If he feels it's not necessary, you're just there waiting. But what kept me going was the fact that after the evidence was submitted sometime in March, because the attempt was in February 14. February 14. I had 275 pieces of evidence to submit. So by March 22nd, we submitted almost a month after the attempt. So after we submitted, we got an email that said, okay, we've seen your evidence, we've received it. You don't have to do any other thing from your end. So each time I get to the point where I'm like, am I sure? Are they going to get back to me? I go back and I read that email, and it tells me that, but they did acknowledge the fact that they received your email. So you just need to go and rest. Besides, they said there was a catch. In the beginning, when I started this application, there was a token that was supposed to be paid. I call it a token, but it's it's not more money. So it was for priority assessment. So when you apply and you pay the token, they go through it and tell you, okay, your application gets a pass first before the attempt. So like, since it's a 50-50, why like paid? It's not as if I have money to throw around. Let me just apply, and if it works. So if you apply via standard method, it takes 12 weeks as of that time. That was last year. But after I applied, and because I did not pay, I applied in May. By September, I got a response that you're now free to go ahead with your attempt. So by the time I carried out the attempt in February, I now wanted to pay for the priority, assessment for the evidence. But at that point, they said, nah, you have to wait in the pipeline. And at that time, it was going to take 20 weeks at least. So I had to wait. Each time I feel a certain way, I go back, I read the email, I'm like, yeah, they're going to respond, definitely. And got so kind yesterday, approximately 3:07. I just picked up my phone and I saw the notification. Congratulations, Signaturetv, you're now the current Guinness World Records holder for the most TV interviews conducted in 12 hours. So yeah, it's a win for all of us. It's a win for all of us.
I'm sitting next to you here. I already feel like a winner.
Absolutely, it's a winner. It's a win for everybody.
It's not easy to sit next to a star. Such an honor.
This is home, I don't.
Yeah, but
quite frankly,
it was home. Now you're a superstar. I mean, a lot changed. The dynamics have shifted.
You think?
I want to know, at what point did you, catch this dream, and what was your intention? What's the purpose? What were you thinking when you caught this dream and then began to work towards it?
Okay, so it's been a year coming. It's been more than a year since this journey. And I think what started it was there was like a plethora of Nigerians breaking Guinness World Records, and of course I'm a journalist and I wanted to go into it, research what's this all about, maybe write a few things about it. But as I went through it, I was seeing categories, and I'm like, I'm someone who is enjoying the best of both worlds, just like you. I'm in the medicals, and then I'm in media, and I saw a category that can actually bring the two together. Like, there will be like a very smooth, one can actually segue nicely into the other, and it was this particular category. And immediately I saw the category. Okay, let me just put it out there. I didn't set out to break a world record. I was just researching, and then I came across this category, and it kind of like stuck with me, and I was like, I could do this thing if I can have interviews that are mainly on health-related, issues as a Guinness World Record. It won't be bad. So from researching what other people did, I went into researching this one, and I checked the former, world record holder, and it was broken as far back as 2017, and nobody had actually attempted it. So I was like, I'll go into it. And I am one person that feel I have this philosophy. You can call me old, but my philosophy is that I'm someone who is always looking out for what I can do for my people, what I can bring to the table, what I can do for ENUGU. I know everybody wants something that people can do for them, but what can I bring to ENUGU? Because ENUGU is always seen as a town of civil servants, nothing is happening. I wanted to, shatter that notion and bring a new narrative. So that should be the inspiration. It was a platform that brought together the things I loved: health, media.
So what was your major challenge, or what were your challenges actually that you faced during the period, from the period of having this dream and to having it reality during the interview? What were the challenges you experienced?
This is big, but I'll try to summarize it.
Yeah.
So prior to the interview, because this Guinness World Records in ENUGU is fairly a new thing. So when you try to sell this, we are communicators, you have to sell your vision to someone to buy into your agenda. So when we're trying to sell this to stakeholders, and they're like, and you say you're a medical practitioner, yes sir, I am. Why don't you go and practice your medical? What are you pursuing?
I am at home with that.
You get. So once I get that, it does something to my spirit. regardless, I tell myself, I am the one who has the vision. It's my baby. I know what I am looking for. Regardless, we move, right? So that was the first challenge. People could not buy into the vision because there's something that happens when the crowd believe in you. But when you have to encourage yourself by yourself and of course by a few others that are around you, it's a whole lot of work. And of course, because that happened, sponsorship was an issue. Because because you couldn't sell the idea, they couldn't see it. It was difficult for them to buy into it. Regardless, again, I still had people who gave into that vision. Signature TV is one of them. I keep saying it, the impetus for that attempt came largely from Signature TV. So yes, that. And then finally on the day of, before I say what happened on the day of the attempt, getting a formidable team is an uphill task. I mean, if you're able to get a team that works, the job is 50 to 60% done. So I'll tell myself that the dream team, we call ourselves the dream team. We were formidable.
So you're not going to change the name? No. Dream team to is it reality team?
Formidable team, whatever. But the dream team was phenomenal. Yeah. It was a team of young people who were willing to work with me on this one. They gave their all, regardless of the fact that money went into it. You could see people do things not because you were paying them, but because they wanted to see that dream come to reality. So on the day of the event, we started off 9:30. It was supposed to be 9 o'clock. It's 12 hours, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. That was the, but due to maybe human issues and issues beyond our control, we started at 9:30. So it was going on well. Everything was set, the timers, monitors, camera, everybody was in high spirits. So we started off, I was just going. Then because of light issues, because that's the main issue of power, your evidence must not break at any point in time. And Oyibo does not want to hear that is power, or because power holding, what are they these days? What do they call themselves these days? they are not holding again. They don't want to hear it. So what we did was, in addition to the grid, the normal power supply, we installed a solar inverter of a certain capacity. And it was done in such a way that it triggers off automatically should the regular line, it catches on. So when we started, at a point it tripped off, but I didn't bother because I saw that my monitor was still on, although some lights went off, but the monitor and the camera and some of the lights were still on, so it wasn't an issue. It was still being captured. So I didn't bother. I continued, although I was praying in my heart, please, this thing must not go off, because he has to stay for a particular length of time before probably either they bring the lights, the power back, or they turn on their generator. So it happened the first time, but then it happened again. This was around 1 p.m. So by the time it happened the second one, I was home free. I didn't bother. But I noticed everywhere was just quiet, because usually if they take lights, from the corner of my eyes, I would see people running around, trying to make sure that I'll see the activity, and I'm like, my guys are on ground, right? But I noticed everybody was just quiet. But I still went on because show must go on. So after a while, they sent someone to come call my attention that power went out. So the transmission actually was cut, the recordings, everything was grounded, and I was like, I carried my hand upon my head. They were like, calm down. Immediately they said, calm down. I don't know where the strength came from, but I knew that we had to start from the beginning. And at this point, most of my interviewees had left.
Yeah.
So we were short on interviewees. So we had to recalibrate.
Wow.
So
and the time gone as well.
Energy, resources, and you know that I had to generate these questions organically.
Yes.
Because the rule was that you don't ask the same question twice, and you don't repeat guests.
So we are here now, the winner after all these troubles. But if this was in Lagos, you would have a large platform. This would be a big thing. You would be granting interviews from television to radio. You'll be paying visits to, both business, captains of industries, government officials. But in ENUGU, you don't have a lot of that kind of platform. How do you intend to, steer the ship so that this thing will not just die off? It wouldn't just be just one of those things, because I know it's a big deal, and of course you put a lot of energy, resources, and connections into actualizing this. But we're in ENUGU. What is your plan for sustaining this?
Okay, to start with, one of the reasons really why I did this was to break this notion, to change this notion. But one of the hashtags was ENUGU to the world. It is true that ENUGU is much quieter than Lagos. In fact, I had people tell me, if this was Lagos, but it doesn't move me. To start with, I told you that regardless of the fact that I didn't have people understand what we're doing, I have really formidable people behind me.
Okay.
I won't start mentioning their names now, but in due course, I will. Currently, we are planning a victory tour, and we're going from organization, usually mostly private actually, but we also have intentions of going to the government house. The plans are already in motion. I don't expect that we get the balls that Lagos would have given, but this is what I'm sure of. We have opened a door. We must not be the ones that will get all the applause, but we could be the ones on whose shoulders others might get a larger platform and a larger visibility. So for me, it's a win, right? We're going to go on a tour. We're going to visit people. I have interviews actually lined up. I have interviews lined up. It might not be as loud as Lagos, but it's something.
Yeah, so let's also look at your plans. I know when you had this dream, you had in mind what to do should you win this. How would you use this platform to touch lives or change a certain narratives? What are your plans now that this has come to reality?
I really want to tell you, but it's still in the offing.
Because as a follow-up, you're a medical personnel. You're also into media, and now you have a huge platform. ENUGU is facing some kind of issues. Recently, an individual kind of called together people that had kidney issues. I don't know whether you saw that. And a lot of us know that things were going wrong in terms of our kidneys, but we never expected it was in that kind of frame. And now, just as has become the norms in the social media, people are looking for what to blame, and they're coming after is something that means a lot for the ENUGU. People are carrying the conspiracy theory that maybe it's the Okpa. So I want to know, as an ENUGU person, and just because I see that you are strong about this ENUGU thing, just like myself, I'm an ENUGU person. So what do you have any plans to kind of involve yourself in awareness, or even some kind of research to try to find the etiology of this disease and educate the public on the lifestyles and circumstances?
Okay, so to start with, healthcare is a huge ecosystem, right? There are people who are involved in the research. In fact, there was an idea, I don't know how to put it, so someone will not run away with this, my idea, but I'll say there's an idea. So there are people like you and I who have the platform, and then there are the researchers, and then there are the people in the middle. But what I noticed is that there is a huge gap between the research and the people. We could have researchers research something, and it ends up in a medical journal that nobody reads.
Usually, the medical journals that nobody,
and even if they get to read it, they will not understand it because of the terminologies. And that there's a certain way that medical people write. In fact, when I was doing my master's, I had that issue. My professor would always say, Chigi, you write like a journalist. That was even before I started this. Chigi, you don't write like a scientist, you write like a journalist. You tell stories a lot. Break it down. So there's a particular way medical practitioners write, and we need to translate whatever is in the research to the people. That's where you and I come in. So this platform has given me even a wider ability to take what we know in the research, break it down into tiny bits and in formats that people will be able to assimilate and
As
understand.
you're speaking now, it's already coming to my head. Look at that, like a town hall.
I'm giving you ideas.
No, you are giving us ideas. I'm already thinking like a town hall where you have doctors and faith leaders, opinion molders, and the public discuss this kind of thing.
As a debate format, you get doctors,
including the herbalists. Because they're indicted in this whole thing.
Everybody is involved. So if we can get
an
intersection, make I come up from this one. So if we have an intersection where we can take what we know in medicine and translate it in formats and bite sizes that people can understand, I think we have been able to, we have done something good for humanity. So that is actually where I want to.
ENUGU Kidney Disease Summit.
Oh, tell me about it.
Okay,
this
so before you guys turn this into a medical interview, let's learn what you would tell people that are planning to go into something like this, because this is huge. It's all coming very simplified, but this is a lot. It was
people
a lot.
That spoke said it didn't easy. Don't speak that.
This lady was awake. I don't know how you did it actually, but you were something. Like a spirit wore you that day. You may not really know, but you were just something else. But what are those things involved?
I couldn't eat. I didn't want to take so much fluid because I knew that I may want to have to go and ease myself. And I wanted to squeeze out everything I needed. Like we smashed this record so much so that I don't think, and I'm not saying this, I'm saying this with all humility, I don't think anybody will be able to break that record, because the last record was 43 in 12 hours. So by the time we did the math, we saw that we could actually do 100 people in 12 hours, and we allotted time lines to each person. Do you understand? So we fashioned it in such a way that we looked at the category and said, you are done. So I didn't take any fluid, and then I took dates, right, just to keep my glucose level up. So every now and then I'll take dates and sip just a little bit of water. So for 12 hours, actually for 15 hours, except when I was told that the first 3 hours have been voided. So for 15 hours.
Sometimes been ringing in my head since we're saying this thing. So what's the need for you from Guinness? Is there any kind of
remuneration?
Yeah, I always think money.
But that's a very important question. Let's go.
If I told you, I would have taken the mystery out of it.
Ginger.
Because the money would have inspired me.
We'll do our research.
If I told you, I would have taken the mystery out
just
of
tell
it.
us here. This is the researchee and the researchers. She can just tell.
But let's also learn other things involved. If one is to, first of all, you've mentioned the different things you went through for you to be able to sit tight and carry out the interviews. How about other plans? The behind the scene plans, apart from that, that you had to do for you to submit your Guinness World Record and the rest. This girl, the chef,
Hilda Bassi.
The other one. The other one I did not make it.
Okay, Chef Tolu.
I can't remember her name.
Yes,
I heard that she applied, but I think she didn't do it well, and somehow it got stuck at some point.
You had to do it par.
Yeah. So how can someone? What's the proper way to follow if someone wants to carry out something like this? What are they supposed to do based on your experience as someone that has carried the process out?
Okay, so your first question was behind the scenes, but then now it's about the processes. So let me take the last one before I answer the first one. So if you want to carry out the Guinness World Records, number one, it has to be in an area where you have strength. An area where if you are not paid, you are willing to go the whole 9
you have sufficient knowledge.
You have sufficient knowledge and strength, aptitude, acumen. You have what it takes in this
You're
area.
not struggling.
For example, I can't go and do cooking competition. Why am I doing cooking competition?
Yeah, you're a woman.
So I wouldn't go and do something I don't have. But this thing right here, so what
you were born for?
I mean,
God.
I could go another 3 hours.
Interviewing people.
When after the clock struck 0, I could still go another 3 hours. So, first of all, you have to ask yourself, what do I love doing?
Okay.
And then you go to the website, you research. What do I love doing? Check, research. Do they have categories for what I love doing? Who has broken this record? What is the record?
Records.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But then you can also suggest a new record.
Okay.
But it's a very difficult route because you have to apply and all
Get
whatnot.
certification with text.
They have to check this, check that. There's a whole lot of things to check before, and you have to pay for them to do all that. You know. So once you check the category, you apply. You open your own profile, right? Because it's from your profile that you correspond with them. Apply and then download because there are very specific, what's it called, guidelines that you must follow depending on what your category is. Read it front, back, left, right, center, so that in attempting it, you cross all the T's and dot all the I's, and that's it. And then you submit your evidence.
Doctor, sorry, but the Igbo woman has been on the news. But not very palatable news recently. However, here we have an Igbo woman, doing something like that calls for accolades, and of course we've applauded that.
Yeah.
I just want to ask, how much support are you getting from the women and the women organizations? We know there are a lot of them. So how much solidarity are you getting from your agenda?
Women supporting women.
Women supporting women. What is feminism doing for you right now?
Okay. Let me put this out there. I don't know what feminism means. I think I need to go and research, because I think I hear so many parts of feminism. So take feminism out of this conversation, because
I mean femininity.
That's better. That's better. So okay, let me say this. Because I was the one that was going to break the record, and I was still the one running around for arrangements, sponsorship, I needed to make sure I didn't wear myself thin before the event.
Okay.
So what that means is that I wasn't able to reach out to so much.
Oh, okay.
But I will tell you that one of my major financiers for the attempt is a woman.
That's it. Maybe things are changing for good. So tell us more. Why? Yeah, because it's usually the man paying.
I don't understand where you're coming from.
That's another Guinness World Record.
We're not supporting women.
I spoke with her this morning, and she can't wait for the victory tour. So let me leave it at that.
I am proud.
Okay, so stay with us. Let's hopefully we have one or two videos, regarding your interview session. Okay. We just check one or two out. Hopefully we have something like that, and we come back and wrap it. Absolutely. It's been a great time doing this with you. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
You had a great time, right?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
We'll be right back just after this break.
All right.
I'm going to quickly introduce our witnesses and our timekeepers. By my far right, is Barrister Edwin. Barrister, just wave your hands. Beside him is Barrister Ngozi and Yosiobi, and then our timekeepers, Coach Pascal and Coach Uche. Put your hands together for them. And without further ado, I'd like to call up my first guest so that we can get into the business of the day. All right.
Alright, we're still here with the Guinness World Record holder doing us justice, explaining how she went through. She saw, how do you say that again?
You
saw, you conquered.
It's actually we,
right?
The team.
Alright, so what's your advice to those that would like to go for something like this? Oh yeah, you've already said go into your field and all of that, but what message do you have for your supporters, those that believed in you, those that gave you the push?
What can I say? We did it. There's this joy that comes to the fact that you went into something that was at the time huge, bigger than you. So many times I actually wanted to quit, that's the truth. But I'll be like, what will I tell these people? If I mention their names, you know that these guys are not small guys and they supported me. So for the fact that I have someone to be accountable to, it pushed me forward, and here we are today. It's indescribable how I feel. So people should, although you should be calculative when you're going into things, but try attempting things that are a little bit, a tad bigger than you. Then there are no failures. What you can do is to learn from the lessons and forge ahead. See, there's this quote I learned for myself, by myself, for myself. Become unstoppable by simply refusing to stop. It is the person that stops that loses. As long as you don't stop, you will get there eventually. Whether you're 30 or you're 99, you will get there eventually if you don't stop.
There's this thing about being a winner. You know, when you accomplish something, you become a philosopher.
I have always been one.
I'm liking this part of you.
I've always been one, but you never paid attention.
No, I mean, never paid attention.
It's good.
Sometimes it's true to Facebook here saying that Aristotle said that when you believe, how did you put it again?
You become unstoppable by refusing to stop.
Oh yeah. Okay. But I want to know, just before we quit, shouldn't there be a homecoming? I'd like to, maybe NMA, ENUGU, Signature TV, we should organize a homecoming, and I can,
You're a mover and shaker.
yeah, we can do. I think there should be a homecoming. I just after this show now,
we start to talk about that.
The NMA chairman, ENUGU, and
he's my friend, by the way.
Yeah, we talk about it. I mean, this is kudos. I mean, it shows that you can be a lot of things, not just one thing.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's good to have a colleague. So I'm not crazy being in the media.
Gentleman and the beautiful lady, the Guinness World Record holder.
Yeah.
We all are.
Okay, so it's now time for us to call it a wrap. Thank you so much, Dr. Chigi, for being part of the program and coming to share your memories, your experience with us.
Absolutely.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Lele. God bless you.
All right, Nigeria, we'll go back to politics. So this time around, we'll take a look at what Wike, Tinubu, and of course, Atiko is talking about the fuel subsidy just after this break.
We are local.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get a Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Atiku Abubakar, has said he will reinstate petrol subsidy if elected president in the 2027 general election, arguing that Nigerians have not seen sufficient benefits from its removal. Atiku made the pledge during a Hausa language interview where he questioned the federal government's management of the resources generated since the subsidy was scrapped. The former vice president said he had not opposed the decision to remove the subsidy, but insisted that the savings should have been channeled into programs capable of reducing poverty and improving the welfare of Nigerians. He added that if elected, his administration would restore the subsidy and pursue the recovery of funds allegedly misappropriated. Reacting, President Bola Tinubu cited the inability of 27 states to pay workers' salaries as part of his argument against returning to the fuel subsidy regime, which was scrapped 3 years ago by his administration. Tinubu made the comment while receiving Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, who visited him at the State House, Abuja, where he took a veiled swipe at the presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, over his promise to restore fuel subsidy if elected. The president described the position of Atiku on subsidy as a sign of ignorance about governance and the economy. While in the same scheme of thought,
the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has defended the federal government's removal of fuel subsidy, accusing former Vice President Atiku Abubakar of inconsistency over his position on the policy. Wike criticized Atiku on Thursday in Abuja while inspecting ongoing infrastructure projects in the FCT, recalling that the former Vice President had pledged to remove fuel subsidy within his first 100 days in office if elected in 2023, but was now promising to restore it. Describing Atiku as a voodoo economist, Wike accused him of changing his positions to appeal to voters.
Let's look at the trajectory of the history. I saw one of my opponents now say he will go back to subsidy. I read it. That is demonstration of a serious ignorance on governance and economy. Before I came here, 27 states are unable to pay salaries. Not to even talk of pensioners, salary of workers. In your state, I know a man that raised, whose nickname half salary. They come to the federal, cap in hand, unable to do anything. The salary you pay feeds families. Where are the local governments? They are in the states. Where are the concentration of population? They are in the states. Take out the president. Regard every other person as common men. They have families to feed. The infrastructure you embark upon, on the road network, housing, school rehabilitation, hospital, healthcare pronouncements, resuscitation of healthcare, training of teachers, training of F workers to protect our vulnerable families, despite of your responsibility.
Atiku will say anything just to be president. This was a man in 2022 that he was going to remove the fuel subsidy because it was a fraud. Now in 2026, he was not going to remove the fuel subsidy. He's still going back to the fraud, which he has alleged that fuel subsidy was. You know, we should be able to be consistent in what we say to our people. That's what leadership is all about. Leadership is not you coming out, you say one thing in the morning, in the afternoon, you say a different thing, in the night, you are talking of a different thing. That is not it. If Atiku should be fair, today, under the Petroleum Act, under the Petroleum Industry Act, NNPC has been fully commercialized. It's now a limited liability company. It's no longer the sole importer or producer of fuel. It's not. Unlike what it used to be. Is it going to give fuel subsidy in the Dangote refinery? The fuel produced by Dangote refinery? It's not going to be possible. Tell people the simple truth. All I thought he would have argued. Yes, I still believe in the removal of fuel subsidy. And I think that the service made will have been utilized in this way or that way. In that case, you can ask, okay, it's big country, and maybe government have not looked at utilizing this service in this area. But to say one thing in 2022, then in the next few years, you are saying, who is misleading who? And that's why I tell you, we Nigerians, we should stop, listening to who just down to the gallery. How can you say you want to be president of a country? You can never be consistent. In any case, you won't be. Because Nigerians have known that he does not believe in the survival of this country. The policy taken by Mr. President to remove the fuel subsidy, and which has been taken, look at what the Minister of Finance said. Look at the service. And how the money was shared amongst the tiers of government. It now behoves on us to go back to ask our local government, ask our states, what we are able to use the fund for. But the Minister of Finance came out categorically, look at the amount of money we have saved. And see what we did by sharing to this tier of government, by sharing to this tier of government. So everybody got. What to use their own now is a different thing. So we must commend the government for consistency. For, look, this is a crime, this is a problem, this is a common cancer in our system. And if the president did not hit to this by removing that fuel subsidy, most states today, you are receiving a lot of strike by workers. Nobody talks about the non-payment of the pension. Nobody talks about non-payment of salary.
However, the Allied People's Movement, APM, also challenged the federal government accounts of savings from the subsidy removal, demanding a comprehensive breakdown of the funds generated and distributed since President Bola Tinubu ended the regime in May 2023. The APM challenged the government's 15.8 trillion naira figure and demanded a detailed account of the proceeds of subsidy removal. In a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Abubakar Yusuf, the party said the government must disclose the exact amount generated, received, and distributed since the subsidy was removed. It also demanded a breakdown of allocations to individual states and local governments, dates of disbursement, and the purposes for which the funds were deployed. And definitely that's where I stand too. You're telling us at some point that this money came in. What and what was it used for? In the country where corruption is eating deep, people cannot account for money spent. Don't you think with such a move, subsidy is gone? Don't you think Nigerians should know what this money has been used for?
There is always two sides to every story, and the presidency has the habit of, kind of not quoting you exactly, maybe taking a section of what you said and run with it, especially go after discrediting the individual. Yes, from day one, the president announced that subsidy has been removed, and a lot of people believe that was hasty, and the way he went about it, it could have been different, it could have been better done. A lot of people believe that, and they like to pride the fact that a lot of money has been saved from subsidy, and that states are now receiving money, especially that when he came in, many states could not pay salary, but now that has become a thing of the past. Kudos. Yeah, but I think where article is coming from, and the other guys who are speaking is from the impact of the subsidy removal on the citizens, starting from You know, fuel jumped from about 150 to 900. You know, and this shut up transportation, and it impacted cost of living. You know, generally. You know, and also talking about transparency. You know, the corruption and everything. And why are we still borrowing if we are saving all this money? I think, let me even quote article precisely so that we understand his context. He says exact words. He said, if I win the presidential election, I will extend the first subsidy. And anyone who stole Nigeria's subsidy funds must return the money. This is talking about corruption. Article went on to say, I initially did not oppose the removal, but now that it has been removed, where is the money? Has it been used to improve healthcare, education, or security? These were the points that article was making. And he didn't also say that he was going to restore subsidy exactly the way it was. He's talking about targeted subsidy, like supporting the refineries and probably intervention in the transport sector via CNG buses, stuff like that, upgrade of our roads infrastructure and everything. So why the president had a point, or maybe some accolades for removing subsidy. And I don't think there's any Nigerian who is objectively talking about restating subsidy the way it was, because that subsidy was also marred by corruption. And that's what P2B had always hammered upon, that the president should have started with making sure that we know what we are subsidizing, because he said we were already subsidizing corruption. The former Vice President Osibanjo also said that the subsidy we have currently is that we are subsidizing corruption. We have briefcase companies who are receiving money from the government, taking away money that was supposed to be meant for Nigerians. And a lot of people believe that not much has changed, since the removal of subsidy, that the so-called windfall has been engulfed or frittered away through corrupt ways, and that the hawks have not got away, probably have changed individuals, players, but the same activities. So he's not saying return to old import subsidy fraud for middlemen. His proposal is targeted, capped, transparently budgeted, independently audited production subsidy, moving subsidy from importation to production to support local refineries and lower energy costs for low income and transport. This nuance is very important because it is not necessarily restoration but redesign. But think about it. Where will Atiku get this money from? With the Petroleum Industry Act, where would the money to subsidize this? Because there is no provision of it in the unless he has got to go through propounding a new law to tweak or change the PIA, for him to be able to get the money to subsist this thing. So it borders on credibility and everything. But people also question Atiku's consistency. But I think this school of thought is influenced by the presidency, who would like to paint Atiku as somebody who is unstable, inconsistent, and, if you may, like Bayo and Wike had said, desperate. I mean, to me too, there's nothing wrong with being desperate to be president. I mean, it was desperation that made Tinubu president. Well. I mean, he was very desperate. We saw the APC primaries. We saw how he had betrayed even his former allies, and even used tribal and religious angles to win his position. So being desperate to be president is not a bad thing. Let's not paint it as if everybody who wants to be president is desperate, and it depends on your reason for being president, for being desperate. Is it because you are desperate to see Nigeria work, like Obi would like to say? He said, I'm not desperate to be president, I'm desperate to see Nigeria work, which is a very good thing. Everybody can confess that Nigeria is not where it ought to be.
Okay, so I really don't have issues with Atiku asking them to give account of what they used the money for, what they spent it on. But my concern is, the government always thinking everything is an attack and responding as if it's an attack. Just like the statement the president made that Atiku is speaking out of a place of ignorance. I don't think there's anything ignorant to want to know what is being used for.
The president is ignorant of what Atiku is speaking about.
Yes, although another place is coming in also is that the so-called money, he has been using it to sort out salaries. But this is not productive.
The APM guys are now saying, okay, you are doing these things, fine. Give account.
Give account.
Transparency is important. See, you must not only be just, you must appear to be just. You are spending this money. It is not your personal money. You need to be transparent about how much was saved, how much was shared to whom it was shared, for what purpose it was shared for, and what extent of it was judiciously used to achieve that. Because we have key sectors in the economy: the education sector, the healthcare sector, the security sector. How has this money impacted this sector? Are we better off in education today? Well, everybody knows the answer. Are we better off in terms of security today? Well, everybody knows the answer, even with the billions that are being shared. And also, talking about healthcare. What new has the government done in terms of healthcare? The other time we are hearing in the news that, even the money budgeted for Ministry of Health, now most of the universities, teaching hospitals and government healthcare infrastructure, they've not received capital. But many of them, after budget, they don't receive the capital. When you go into these health facilities, you notice that they have become more commercial than the commercial health centers, because they need revenue to be able to run. What has happened to the single treasury accounting system, that the previous regimes instituted? How effective are they? We are beginning to hear about a salary front again. So there's so much that is going on. How much has this government invested in fighting corruption in the system? How is the budget run? We have over bloated budgets. We have even ghost ministries. There is just so much that shows lack of accountability and transparency going on right now. So while the government is claiming that the subsidy is working, the people need to know line by line details of how the subsidy is working. The subsidy savings is actually working. That's the question here.
Okay, so for the sake of time, we will just go into something else. Today is International Day of Remembrance and Tribute to the Victims of Terrorism. That's 21st August every year. Acts of terrorism propagating a wide range of hateful ideologies continue to injure, harm, and kill thousands of innocent people each year. Despite international condemnation of terrorism, victims and survivors of terrorism often struggle to have their voices heard, their needs supported, and their rights upheld. Victims often feel forgotten and neglected once the immediate aftermath of a terrorist attack fades, with profound consequences for them. Few member states have the resources or the capacity to fulfill the medium and long-term needs of victims of terrorism, to enable them to fully recover, rehabilitate, and reintegrate into society. Most victims can only recover and cope with their trauma through long-term multidimensional support, including physical, psychological, social, and financial. Member states have the primary responsibility to support victims of terrorism and uphold their rights. In 2017, the General Assembly established the International Day of Remembrance of and Tribute to the Victims of Terrorism to be commemorated annually on 21 August. In order to honor and support the victims and survivors of terrorism, and to promote and protect the full enjoyment of their human rights and fundamental freedoms. The purpose and goal of this day is to honor and remember individuals who lost their lives or suffered injuries from terrorist attacks, support long-term physical, psychological, social, and financial recovery for survivors, raise global awareness about the continuous needs of these victims, and also to promote solidarity and ensure that victims are not forgotten after their experience. This reminds me of one of the stories I saw in the papers, I think yesterday or so, where the Oyo kidnap victims, almost after 1 month, they are still calling on the government to take action. It's like they felt forgotten. They've not, all the promises and everything, they're not feeling the government taking care of them. And this is just one out of the many cases of victims of terrorism in Nigeria, not just in Nigeria, in the world, but let's just focus in Nigeria, that have experienced these things that have not really been taken care of.
Well, the more things change, the more they remain the same. This is a pitiful situation that the world in 2026 is reserving a day for commemoration of terrorism. This is almost 1,000 years after.
Is that still burning? Open that door.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves. And when you go CBT, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is our first program for this 2026. So can I wish you a happy new year? Fantastic 2026. You are welcome. My name is Umar Bosenjok, and we are beginning the year with issues in Nigeria's pump pricing of petrol across the country. Now, it's important for me to take you back a little bit. On November 29, 2023, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was being inaugurated as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the very first statement of promise he made, can I quote him? Subsidy is gone. By that presidential pronouncement, the President changed the dynamics in our oil industry calculations. Let me not go any further. I'm not competent really. I'll just raise these issues and allow those who know to help me this morning. Issues in Nigeria's pump pricing of petrol. That is the topic of our conversation this morning. I'm a guest, Madaki Ame. Now, I will introduce Madaki Ame really as a public interest defender. That is what he is, a lawyer, public interest defender. But he is brewed, baked, buttered, and sandwiched in the oil industry. So he knows the game. He knows how it operates. That's what brought him here. And that's what has brought him where he is within the Nigerian public sector, or within Nigerian public view. Madaki, you are welcome to the first edition of Signature Morning from Abuja this 2026.
Always a pleasure, let me tell you.
Madaki, you see, I'm raising an issue of concern to to me even as an ordinary citizen. The controversies, the conversation going on in the pump pricing of petrol in the country. And as I said in my introduction, I want us to start this conversation right from 29th of May 2023, when the president said, I have removed subsidy. Subsidy is gone. Madaki, think about that statement. It was weighty for the oil industry. Do you think that statement was well thought out? Was it roundedly thought out before the president made that pronouncement?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief Njoku. It's always a pleasure to be here. You know, and one of the reasons why I've never declined your invitation to be on your program is because, you know, I don't know how you do it, but you bring a lot of fervor, you know, a lot of intellectualism into the conversation, you know, and unless the person interviewing you is actually really good and sound in the topic, you know, and he has done some research, you know, if the questions are peripheral, the answers will also necessarily be peripheral. You get the point. So that said, you know, I think that statement, subsidy is gone, was a totally irresponsible statement, you know, by the president. And I say this without any form of fear of contradiction, you know, and I do not say this lightly, you know, because government policy as I know it, you know, in a structured country, should not just be made, you know, by official declaration, just because somebody feels he has just acquired power and then he can inflict pain, you know, on the people. That singular statement, subsidy is gone, took the pump price of petrol from 190 naira, I think that it was that morning, and I even bought at 190 naira. But as soon as the speech was made and it said subsidy is gone, the pump price adjusted itself to about 680 naira or whatever it was at that time. And you can just imagine the jump. You can imagine the pain. You know, every country exists to serve the interests of the people and not to cause them pain. But if the president comes and says, well, I'll take bold decisions, it's good for a president to take bold decisions, but if those bold decisions are taken without having thought through the consequences for the people and without having a clear knowledge of the end from the beginning, and you say, well, let's model through. After all, for too many decades we have been talking about subsidy and subsidy. I am that president that will take the decision to remove it, and you are plucking it out like a dentist who will pluck out somebody's tooth without any form of anesthetic or you know, sedating the person. Just imagine you are removing all the incisors of a human being and you say you are just doing it because you are a bold dentist. I think you are just almost a demon. You get the point. And look at the pain, look at the impoverishment of Nigerians, you know, ever since Tinubu became president. You know, whatever experimentation his economic team, I don't even know whether he has an economic team anymore, came on board with, has not translated to any result that anybody can monitor. Today they say they have met their revenue target and exceeded it. The very next day they are borrowing money for frivolous things that nobody sees the impact on the economy. Money that will still be paid from this same helpless, you know, low income earning economy.
I must make a case here for the Minister of Finance and Coordinator of National Economy. As politicians say that they have met their revenue target and exceeded it, that minister has been consistent in his saying the figures don't add up. Where the figures don't add up. And if the figures don't add up, it then means that the figures being bandied by politicians are just for political impression. Let us impress the public. But the economic minders are giving us the facts that in fact is not all rosy. And that is why they want to bring in more people into the tax net, just to make the case for the minister.
Yeah, I hear you, but thank God you're not the minister's spokesman.
No, I'm not.
And then what you have just said is even a manifestation of a much deeper problem in the Nigerian economy. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy cannot be saying one thing, and then the President, who is supposed to be taking economic advice from the Minister, will be saying another thing in order to look nice for the optics. You get the point? That then confirms the feeling that most Nigerians have that this is a lie government.
No, let's leave. Let's go back to the oil.
Let's make this point. Because if the Minister of the Economy, who is coordinating the entire economy, who is more like Minister, extraordinary and plenipotentiary, as far as the economy is concerned, and supposed to coordinate activities that would lead to the progress of this economy, says we are not meeting revenue target. In fact, that's why we are borrowing. And then the president goes in another vein and says, we have exceeded our revenue target. Money is not our problem. It is how to spend it. It means that we have an Idi Amin situation where the central bank governor said, man, if you print more money, this thing will become like tissue paper. And the man says, okay, like Uganda money is tissue paper, take him away and do to him what they do to tissue paper. You get the point? See, I really don't know what they are doing. So when economists come to on this program and other programs on channels and whatever, and they are talking, I feel sorry for them because I'm not an economist, I'm a lawyer, but over time I think I see myself now more of a petroleum economist. You know the point, in a way, because economy is actually common sense. If people who are the managers of the economy have refused to apply common sense, to the management of Naira and Kobo, as it affects you and I, and they are doing it with impunity, they are also doing it without listening to any form of advice or professional advice, and then they just do it with impunity and they don't care what the outcomes are. Then we are doomed as a country. And quite frankly, you and I, thank God, you've been around much longer than myself. I don't believe your age, but the truth is because I think there is some part of your DNA that you must share with us. But the truth of the matter is that because you have seen so much more in terms of life than myself, that means you have actually witnessed this frustration much longer than myself. I'm astounded every time I listen to government officials. Where do they, what drives them? How can they run a country like this? You get the point. Even if you run your nuclear family the way Nigeria is run, the Nigerian economy is run, you will run that nuclear family aground. You get the point. And nobody wants to see his children starving.
Okay, let us begin to look at why we made this issue a matter for conversation this morning. Now, before I get into what Dangote have been saying about pricing of petrol in Nigerian oil sector, let me draw our attention to provisions being made in the budget. Pronouncements being made by the National Assembly. One, the president says the subsidy is gone. Regulatory agencies, NNPC, are all talking about under recovery. And in the budget and in the statements being made for the National Assembly, provisions are being made to cover the under recovery. Please help me, because I'm coming from point of ignorance. What is the fundamental difference between under recovery and subsidy? Is one a euphemism for the other? Yes, under recovery and then subsidy.
Well, the first time I heard the term under recovery was when Diviani was the Minister of Petroleum.
Yes.
And I think that was a very ingenious coinage in order to avoid using the bad word subsidy, because they realized that the Nigerian public had already become tired of hearing the word subsidy. So they had to find a new name, to call the bad dog, before they hang it. So they now call it under recovery. But they all refer to the same thing, just the clever by half acronym, or coinage, for subsidy. But subsidy in itself is not a death sentence. It's actually not a wrong thing. Since 2012, when Nigerians had the first subsidy strike, the drama that led to Lawan going to prison, being pardoned by this government, and all of that. The dollars that were hidden under a cap, and all of that. Probably one of the darkest, one of the many dark moments, in this economy, in this country, where we now are totally numb, to scandals. You get the point. But then it was actually a serious scandal. And Nigerians went to the streets. I think Jonathan was the president at the time.
Yes, he was.
In 2012. That was when I started making public appearances on television
on this
to discuss this. And over time, I want to, without due regard to modesty, say that I've developed expertise in this area. I've studied everything that can be studied. And because I also think very clearly, I've thought through this very clearly. You get the point. And I've discovered that, what Nigerians have been paying for, and the government has been arrogantly calling subsidy, has actually been inefficiency. The government's inability to manage the economics around a liter of petrol, or a liter of diesel, or a liter of kerosene, or for that matter, 4 liters of lube oils, because they all come from the same process, or even the cooking gas. Which also is a byproduct, the LPG, which is a byproduct of the petroleum refining process. You get the point. So, what Nigerians have grown under, since oil was discovered, and since the military regime came, and introduced the subsidy as a palliative, I think in 1973 or something.
An equalizer.
And they set up the Petroleum Equalization Fund, which should never have been set up in the first place. Because you are not equalizing the price of Gary, or you are not equalizing the price of basic products that are necessary for human life, like pharmaceuticals, or you are not equalizing the price of education for children, and you come and you say you want to equalize the price of petrol, so that petrol can be sold in Maiduguri, at the same price as it's sold in Port Harcourt, where there are 2 refineries. Or in a place like Lagos, where they have several petroleum depots, and the product is there. I don't see the economics that that
warranted that
formed that petroleum equalization fund, in the first place. And to think that billions and billions of dollars was sunk into this funny process of trying to keep prices the same throughout the country, and then.
That was what that removal of subsidy was supposed to also address that issue.
Yes, but now we are 2 years plus into the so-called subsidy is gone. If we ask Tinubu a question today and say, Oga, please, this is not about politics. It's about you carrying out a half-term review of yourself and being honest to Nigerians. Your statement of subsidy is gone. What has been the positive financial impact on?
And that is exactly the question many Nigerians are asking. Removal of subsidy was supposed to have saved billions,
trillions.
Trillions
actually.
Now, under recovery is costing the country money. Price of petrol is still high. Are we not suffering triple jeopardy? We talk about double jeopardy. Is the country not suffering triple jeopardy?
If not a quadruple whammy. It is. The problem is that because the lives of government officials are 100% subsidized. So when they are complaining that the economy is not making enough money, what they are actually saying is that we don't have, how much of your money we are spending on frivolities, is not increasing. So even though we want to enjoy more, we are unable to enjoy more because the revenue that's available for us to spend as we please is depleting because we are not, bringing enough into the till. You get the point? That's the truth. And I say this pointedly because, I've lived in this world now for 59 years. This is going to be my 60th year on earth. I can't remember anything that the government of this country has ever done for me. Nothing. And that's the truth. You get the point? My education was purely through the effort of my parents. Who were poor civil servants. My father was a poor civil, was a normal civil servant who didn't collect a dime as bribe throughout his 96 years that he lived on earth, And, but he ate out a living and brought all 17 of us that he sired into this world into all the way to university level. So I grew up knowing that my father had nothing. You know, he gave of himself completely. I've never seen anybody make that level of sacrifice, you know, for his children. You get the point? Same for my mother, who didn't go to formal education but was very wise and was doing her petty trading in the Tuko market, selling grains all her life until she died 3 years ago. But you see the pain on the faces of Nigerians, you know, and they live their lives from day to day without the existence of a government. You get the point? Because, and I say this with pain in my heart, because I know that governments elsewhere exist to be able to make life livable.
Now let us borrow from Dangote, because I'm coming to the crux of this conversation. Dangote is giving out figures. He's raised two fundamental issues in the past 2 months. First, he told Nigerians that gantry price of petrol in Dangote refinery is about 693 naira per liter. The gantry price. In other words, the tanks that come in to take petrol to go and distribute, they sell at 693 per liter. But that what actually Dangote refinery sells that petrol is about 391 or 93 naira. The additional 300 naira on top of what he would have sold ordinarily goes to the regulatory agencies, goes to the unions. In other words, when the president said he had removed subsidy and petrol sold at over 1,000 naira per liter pump price has gone down now to 890 or 890 or 840, 820, at least in Abuja.
NNPC 815.
Thank you. And Dangote is telling Nigerians that what he sells is 693, but what actually Dangote takes for his 1 liter of petrol is 393. That the additional 300 naira burden is not determined by market forces. It's determined by the demands of regulatory agencies to collect money for not being part of the production process or selling process, and the unions. What does this amount to? Because what Dangote said is known to the government. Mark this, my last words. What Dangote said is known to the government. In other words, the government knows that a 300 naira per liter burden is placed on Nigerians in order to service a regulatory agency that doesn't add to production. Unions do not add value. What ought to be the government's handling of this kind of situation?
Honestly, I don't know. You know, your question will just, make one to just run away from this country. But the truth of the matter again, Chief Njoko.
Well, I didn't want to give you the statistics. The facts, the facts.
Exactly. Dangote, I think, is one of the most patriotic Nigerians ever to be alive. And I make this point not oblivious of the fact that I have always been a very strong critic of Dangote. Because I had this notion that he's a monopolist, and all he wants to do is make money. If Dangote wanted to make money from the petroleum industry, which is actually a late entrant into, he had always been a commodities person, sugar, I remember
cement,
water even, he had his own brand of water in those days, all sorts of things, semolina, everything, salt, there's nothing Dangote does not sell. you know, or whatever, and he still sells them and makes money out of those things. But a few years ago, he comes and says, I want to set up a refinery. Many people thought he was crazy. Because then, the feeling in the oil and gas industry was that, which I think is totally misplaced, was that fossil fuels were destroying the environment and that they needed to be phased out anyway, you know. So you do solar, you do biomass, you do other things, but in fact you even convert sugarcane to some kind of fuel.
That was the story.
You know, convert sugarcane or grass or whatever food that people are supposed to eat. You now convert it to fuel so that people can starve. You know what I mean? How to make the environment greener. For God's sake, you know, this doesn't make any sense. For another 50 to 100 years, oil is here with us, and oil is going nowhere, you know, in terms of the mix. That said, we go back to pricing. You know, Dangote's revelation, you know, that 300 naira at least in a pump price, you know, between 693 naira, you know, and the 393 naira that he gets, that comes to his organization, out of which he pays salaries, he pays for crude, he pays tax, he pays the you know, the loans that he took at the exorbitant rates, you know, to build this massive refinery, which all that he gets, you know, for all of this humongous near out of this world infrastructure to deliver petrol and diesel and kerosene at our pumps is 393 naira, but that same product is sold at 820, 840, you know, 850, whatever price they want to pay now. Nigerians have become numb. Before, 2 naira, 3 naira increase in the pump price could lead to a major national conflagration because the unions were leading the country, you know, in the wrong direction. They were whipping up some sentiment and saying, no, it must not be 700. No, then it was even in small figures like 50 naira. If they wanted to increase pump price from 50 naira to 55 naira or 53 naira, they will strike and grind the whole country down. And why are they not striking now? It's not even worse right now. You get the point. You know, but Nigerians have been led by the nose for many years by people who are either ignorant and deliberately so, or genuinely actually ignorant because they don't know. This country is run by ignorant people. That's the truth. In a good country, they should line people up and shoot them, you know, like the Chinese do. You know the point. There was a time somebody said that when the subsidy regime was on, that they were making so much money that he was tired of making money. I hope you read something about a certain person who had a name who said that there was so much free money, and you and I were here, you know, almost dying of hunger, eking out an existence to pay children's school fees. You got the point. So what we are saying is this: we've been claiming to have ministers of petroleum, but most of them, all of them actually, they didn't know their left from their right. You get the point. They didn't know what they were ministering in that petroleum industry. That's the truth. We've always had, you know, round pegs in square holes. And then they go on television, they tell all the stories around how much they know. You know, the media, you know, of course, you people. I'm
talking with you from point of ignorance. I'm not an industrial.
What I'm saying is that the media pumps up their profile. You know, they say they polish their CV, and then once the CV goes to, this is the best man for this industry, blah, blah, blah. Whoever, you know, packages the person for the job, packages him, and then he comes pretending to know what he's doing, reads out stupid policies that cause more pain to the people when a country is paying an arbitrage of 300 naira for every 1 liter of petrol sold by the refinery at 693 naira. 300 naira of that is wastage on unions or regulators who regulate nothing, on you know, all manner of things that don't add value to this economy. And we're talking. And you know why I'm actually very gratified about this information which you have put across is that since 2012, since this argument about subsidy or no subsidy, I have always maintained the fact that subsidy as we know it is a self-inflicted injury. We are just like a man carrying a cutlass and cutting his own leg off, and then he's complaining that there's a pain. We inflicted this injury on ourselves, because even if the government wants to subsidize, and I've been saying this thing a long time ago, you know, before the ENUGU government came, I wrote an article and I said even as you are coming, we can sell petrol at 300 naira per liter and we will not pay a dime.
I'm willing to answer this conversation.
I subsidy to anybody.
I'm willing to.
And nobody took me seriously. I've been saying this thing since 2012. If a child born in 2012 will almost be getting ready to go to the husband's house as a female. You get the point? But this is a country of the deaf. The government is all-knowing, so no matter what you say, nobody is interested in what you have to say. It is who is saying it that matters. You get the point? How well the person has been packaged. Otherwise, whatever is there, how does he know? And that's the end. If we don't run a country based on knowledge, and we're running countries, you are running an entire people, 230 million people, based on the ignorance of their president and the people he chooses to be his aides, then honestly it is shameful. And it's actually an existential threat, to the future of this country.
Now, before we dwell on that threat, there is a second issue that Dangote has raised. He's raising the alarm that the current spiral in the pump price of petrol may hit 1,400 naira per liter unless something is done, and he is recommending what ought to be done. He's attributing it to the continued importation of petrol in a currency regime that is being devalued. Secondly, he's pegging it on the very limited capacity of local refiners, and he says it is a contradiction that Nigeria produces crude, has refineries, has given license for modular refineries, wouldn't help those refineries to operate, and chooses to import petrol. That what kind of regulatory authority will claim patriotism, national development with this kind of self-defeating policy? And therefore he says, for the price to come down and stabilize, please increase local refining capacity. And there are many modular refinery licenses. Help them operate. People have always accused Dangote of being a monopoly or thinking monopoly. But to me, this argument doesn't sound monopolistic.
Not at all.
And then he says, naturally, the price of petrol, of petroleum products, will come down. But the way it is, where the regulatory agencies are interested in giving licenses for importation, they are themselves killing the national economy. Do you think Dangote is fighting the international oil cartel by this argument for his own survival? Or is he being really patriotic and being a reasonable player in the national economy?
Again, you should be a professor. You know why you are lecturing in the university? Because if you were a teacher, students would really be afraid of you. The reason is that nobody will have an answer to your questions. But again, I go back to let me cut off the comedy. I'm actually a part-time comedian. I tell my children that if I were not lawyer, I would have been a comedian. And I think I would have made more money from comedy than
we're talking national challenges now.
Let's make money for being a lawyer, but that's still for another day. Now, I think that the country should do away with the National Merit Award. And then all these they are meaningless, Grand Commander of this, Grand Commander of that. You get the point. Let's set up a National Genius Award. You get the point. And when we set up a National Genius Award, the first candidate, the first awardee of the National Genius Award should be Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Because not only is he patriotic, he is thoroughly patriotic. You get the point. Now I can, I said this without any, I've been on global television before to call him a monopolist. And one of the programs are there. And I had good reason to say so. When he was complaining about the importation of substandard petroleum products when his refinery was just coming on board. And I was saying it at the time that why would you say that when we have a regulator that's supposed to be checking standards? We now know that regulator was paying outrageous amounts of money in school fees for his child in Switzerland, allegedly. But it's now no longer an allegation. The man ran away from his role, you know, with his tail in between his legs. When Dangote put him on the spot. You know, and that was like, you know, thing. In a good country, that man should be in prison right now, you know, while investigations are going on. But in Nigeria, everybody gets a slap on the wrist. In fact, I'm told that EFCC is only interested in cases depending on or the size of the corruption. Because they will be asking themselves, how much of this amount will they get if the money is small? So if the money is small, you know, you will not get them interested in the case. And that's the truth. And I can look the chairman of EFCC in the face and tell him that this is the feedback that the market has for you. You get the point. Now, I still find that so the National Genius Award is all we need. And I don't think we need to award more than 5 of them in a year. So we clearly identified those whose genius has helped this country or had the potential of helping this country to move to the next level. Dangote has single-handedly contributed more, you know, to the growth of this economy in all ramifications than anybody alive or dead. You get the point? So Dangote should be seen as an enigma, as a, you know, as some object to be studied. You get the point? Because it takes more than somebody who wants to make money, you know, for himself and all of that to be a Dangote. You get the point? All the other people are rent-seeking, you know, profiteers who just want to create avenues to make money. But quite frankly, if Dangote wanted to make money, you know, what he should be doing is to struggle to increase his market share from his humble 393 naira and each closer to the market price that at the gantry. He can insist that the entire gantry price should come to him because that's why he's the one that owns the refinery. But he's saying that, you know, he's declaring to the world that this gantry price I'm charging is not my money. Well. I'm helping the unions to collect their money. I'm helping the regulators to collect money to go and spend on their children's school fees abroad. I'm helping. So there is no, you know, Nigeria is not being run based on any understandable economic model. You know, Nigeria is being run as a moving crime scene as far as I'm concerned. I want to be as harsh as I can be, you know, on this program. You get the point? Without caring what it is, because I have free speech. You know, we are in a country that's supposedly run by free speech, and we need to be able to talk, you know, and say the things that are wrong. Every single thing is wrong with this economy. You get the point? And the way the economy is managed. But nobody seems to care. And you know, there's no consequence for foolishness and then for running this country aground. The other day, the president came and forgave the trillions of debts that NNPC said they were owing. He said, just don't worry, don't pay it. Who does that? Shouldn't there be an investigation to say where did that debt come from? Because recently NNPC have been cooking their books and declaring that they are making a profit. So how can an organization that's supposed to be a commercial organization that have been pretending, you know, and cooking books and telling the whole world that they are making profit, suddenly come and say we have made so much losses, and the president with the stroke of his left hand saying I forgive you the debts, without wanting to find out how those debts arose? How do we make progress as a country if we sweep you know, inefficiency, exactly, clearly, brazenly, and every year we budget in trillions, and then a huge percentage of that trillion goes into servicing dubious debts. And at the end of the day, you say you are running an economy, they should be ashamed of themselves. Quite frankly, I don't listen to the national budget anymore. Okay. Before they used to bring me, you know, and other people to come and analyze national budget. This is how much they say they're going to spend on education. This is how much I say, well, I'm no longer interested. They will invite me, you know, I used to do that on a number of the channels TV, you know, this and that. I don't go. You invite me, I say I'm not coming. It's a waste of my time. Well, like, you know, nobody pays us, you know, pays anybody for being on television and saying anything. If I give advice, at least if you will implement even a modicum of it, so that you improve something, then it makes sense. But if you are shouting at the dead wall, you know what I mean, and then nobody cares, then I'll keep coming to come and talk. There are times Chimjoku have actually asked me to come, and I say I'm doing a media blanket. I'm not coming. And I will not come. But it's out of respect for you. And this your program is probably the only one I now still show up in.
Let me take us to solutions. Because one thing they accuse the media of is that we raise issues, we criticize policies, and we don't even try to get from our guests, the experts, what ought to be done. I'm going to raise 2 issues that require making suggestions to the president. The first is, Dangote has spoken about the figures, and the president, if he did not know, now knows that Nigerians could have gotten petrol at a much lower price if regulatory authorities have been decent. So what Nigerians are paying for is to sustain an agency whose function is to regulate. We are paying them. And those agencies are budgeted for in the budget every year. What will you tell the president in that regard?
Well, my first advice would be for the president to, for once, appoint a competent person to be the Minister of Petroleum. You get the point. You know, right now, honestly, it's a mess. You know, the politician after politician who know next to nothing about the industry are put in charge. So even when they are running rings around them, they do not know. You get the point. And you know, the oil and gas industry is so central to this economy that you cannot afford to run it on the basis of politics and mediocrity. The president has no business being the Minister of Petroleum, substantive Minister of Petroleum. And then every year in, year out, there's the culture of, you know, appointing a Minister of State for Petroleum, Minister of State for Gas, because they say the ministry is too important, the president should take charge. The president is totally incompetent as far as the oil industry is concerned. You know, he claims to have worked in, you know, Mobile and all that, but I don't know the quality of work he did there.
Well, the president is an accountant.
Yeah, but an accountant, you know, is not necessarily a petroleum economist. He's not necessarily knowledgeable even, because the knowledge that Dangote is using to tell us these figures that are shocking, you know what I mean? It's not the knowledge that he gained in the university for what he studied. You get the point. Accountants count other people's money. You know, when my son was going to the university, the mother filled jam form with him, and they said he should go and study accounting. When they gave him admission and he was supposed to enroll in a Veritas University, I said, sorry, you can't go and study accounting. Rather than count other people's money, I would prefer for you to learn entrepreneurship. So he went and we changed it, and he went and studied entrepreneurship, and he's doing great. He's now in Malta studying for a master's degree, you know, in digital marketing, you know, ways that will empower him to become a rich man, you know, and to employ accountants to count his money. Instead of him to be, you know, that kind of what are you calculating figures for? If you tell me 2 plus 2, I may not know the answer, but if you say 2 naira plus 2 naira, I know it's 4 naira. You know the point. So just put a currency figure in front of the figure and I will know it straight. The only subject I never passed in school, I came first in. Every single time I write exams, I come first. The only subject I had an F9 in proudly. And I can put that certificate on my face like they gave certificate of dismissal to some people from political parties recently. I can put that certificate on my face and with pride that I did not pass mathematics. I couldn't understand the way the figures. What is algebra? What is find X? X is on the paper and you're telling me to find it. It is there. If all the people who have been finding X, what is going to do with it? But they found it in there. You do some foreign calculation and they say X that has been on the paper since morning. You're finding it. And then you have found it and you feel satisfied that you have found it. Okay, you find it now. Let's see how that translates to the cost of that. So
first advice.
The advice the president, let competent people run this economy. And there are many of them.
And
there are many people who are so competent, you know, they know this industry like the back of their hands, but they will never be put in charge. Do something about this. You get the point.
Okay.
If your interest is actually in running this economy and improving the way this country, you don't have any business borrowing a dime from any source. So when they are doing deficit budgeting, I just don't understand. There's so much money to be made from this economy. And the first thing to do is to stop selling crude oil. For every barrel of crude oil you sell, you are shortchanging this country heavily. Because if the people who are buying your crude for cheap are not making money from the refining process, why would they buy it? Do you understand? So I say, crude oil producing country, we must stop selling crude to the international market. We must add value. It is that value that Dangote is adding by setting up the biggest oil refinery in the world, here in this country. Nobody thought it was possible. It's the single biggest single stream petroleum refinery in the world, and it wants to increase capacity. So if the business of refining were not profitable, why would all the more than 100 refineries in the US. You get the point. The US, surprise, you may not know this, but the US produces more crude oil than any other country in the world, including Saudi Arabia. Everybody hears about Saudi Arabia's crude, but the US produces and still buys. They buy because crude is cheap, and when they know that when they add value, they will make so many times more money than they will make by selling crude. Those who sell crude are the ones who quickly want money, in whatever currency, and then they just go and then flush it away.
So please get the right people to run the sector
who know
and stop
to run
selling of crude.
Selling crude oil.
Now,
then
yes,
the issue was never subsidy, but what was being subsidized.
Now, I'm coming to that because I said I was going to raise to crude because in my last conversation with you on this matter, you said to me then under Buhari that you had a model that could bring down the pump price of petrol to 300 naira then without any talk of subsidy or no subsidy.
No, interestingly, it couldn't have been 300 naira because under Buhari petrol never went.
It was 194. Yes, I think so.
So that model, which I developed in 2012,
yes,
would actually have brought petrol prices to a small fraction of what it was then and what it has now. Snowballed.
Now, why I'm raising that matter now, because that's another critical issue I want you to address. We are buying petrol at 8.15, 8.20, 8.40. Dangote says, remove 300 naira being given away. It will count about 393.
That's 400.
Call it 400. The people truck their whatever and add their transportation costs. Let's give them under 100 naira per liter to cover their costs. It may come to 500. Is it possible for Nigeria to sell petrol under any method, under any model, for less than 500, 600 naira per liter?
Completely.
Tell me how.
By looking at two things. First of all, we have no business buying crude oil for refining locally at the international price of crude. We've been doing this for years. And the example again is not rocket science. I produce yams. I want to give food to my children, and then I say because one tuber of yam is $10 in the US, then I must index the cost of the value of the food I give my children against $10, which is the amount that somebody who doesn't produce yams is prepared to pay for the same yams. You get the point? It doesn't make sense. If we price our crude oil for refining, and if we refine everything that we produce actually, then there will be no need for saying you want to earn foreign exchange and all of that. It's a joke.
Yeah, but the government will say that.
No, but the government doesn't need to earn any foreign exchange. You need to rejig the international economy so that the currency of every country is that currency. So if I'm buying something from a country that the currency is rupee, I'm not even buying the dollar. You get the point? So it's naira to rupee. So if the country is buying something from me, they pay me in naira. If I'm buying something from them, I pay them in rupee. You get the point?
Let me call your name, Madakame.
Yes.
Would you want Trump to listen to you this morning?
Well, I don't
want him to hang you.
I don't know about Trump. You get the point?
No. Do you want him to hang you? Because we're asking, this model is circumventing dollar denomination of crude business.
Why should dollar be the marker for international trade? I find it extremely funny. A Nigerian wants to buy something from China, and then they say they open the letter of credit in dollar. So when you now buy the dollar, then you have to convert again to yuan to be able to pay at the source country. What most people do now that makes sense is that because the economies have become global, if you buy something from the Chinese will have an naira account. You credit the yuan equivalent in naira into the naira account of the Chinese company, and the Chinese company just simply pays, gives you value in yuan and sells your products to you, That way, no dollar has been involved. This is being done on a reg. So that's why, the CBN is there, their bogus infrastructure and the difficulty around getting there. How do you think that most of the Igbo people import the things they import into this country? If you want to wait for CBN to give you dollar, to be able to import something in yuan or in rupee from India or China, the whole year will end and you not do any business. You get the point. So people have cleverly, avoided the CBN now, and that you're just doing their own thing. You get the point. Because we can actually.
Have you heard the other side of the story of Trump's adventure in Venezuela?
Yes, I have.
That is in fact in reaction to what you are just saying. In reaction to what you are saying this morning.
But you see, a wrong thing cannot be sustained for long. You get the point. Every country, like we can have a crazy Nigerian president who says, yes, the naira should become the currency of Africa. So anybody who wants to buy anything should buy something in naira. And then he's doing that and bullying them because he has planes, and bombers are ready to attack any country that says, no, this doesn't make sense. You get the point. It's also, the fallacy of borrowing money in foreign currency. The US government survives on printing the dollar. And they can print any quantity because they know it will be mopped up. But the Rwandan president, Paul Kagame, made the point the other day that no sovereign nation needs to borrow money from another country. Print it. You get the point. You want to construct a road from here to Makodi, and then you are going to borrow dollar in order to pay Julius Berger. Let them print the naira that's required to make the
and give it to the
credit. If I don't want to print it, just these days the digital alert them in the amount that needs to be that they need to pay. They unite Nigerians. Everybody, if they have to bring us parts from abroad, because they're working here in Nigeria and they're spending money to buy gari, and okra and all that, let their income be in naira. And then the roads are constructed. Why do we inflict pain on ourselves on the understand, thinking that we studied economics or studied something else, when it is native knowledge that keeps the world running? You get the point?
No, Madaki, this morning you are cutting trouble.
Oh God.
And you are cutting trouble for the Nigerian nation, because the international politics around the dollar can make a number of presidents and governments victims if they don't.
If they are victims because they lack knowledge or the courage to run their economy, so be it, quite frankly. I think we need more victims.
I think I can tell you for free that Maduro had courage.
Oh, he didn't.
He had courage to
run. I think he deserved to have been handcuffed the way he was. And a few more presidents actually deserve to be handcuffed. I don't want to name the names here.
Please don't. We don't know any names. But Maduro was trying to put
it. It's called the Maduro treatment. Many more presidents deserve the Maduro treatment.
Because Trump, an American analyst said that Trump was not going for Maduro's oil. That Maduro did not commit any drug offense, and that Maduro did not have any.
And that's
what you're here preaching this morning.
And he's also going to the next target is Iran. It's not about executing his citizens. The Iranians have always executed their citizens. You get the point. But the man has said, anybody who is doing this current riot that has lasted for almost a month, if they dare execute them, that is coming there. And they have put all the executions on hold because they are afraid of the bombs. You get the point.
So please, I'm also afraid of you this morning, because what you are saying might attract bomb to us, and I dissociate myself from all that you said about circumventing the dollar.
But the truth of the matter is that what is right and what is wrong is wrong.
Okay, but if this is done, you believe that the cost of the
we can do 100 naira. We can do 100 naira per liter. Honestly, we can actually today do 100 naira per liter. Let me explain to you why. The wellhead cost of a barrel of crude oil is so much lower than the international price of a barrel of crude oil. And the price of crude oil is 80% of the price of refined products at the pump. You can ask Dangote, he will tell you. You get the point. So at the end of the day, the cost of refining, paying salaries, bringing out all the equipment now just accounts for less than 20% of the cost of that 1 liter that we buy. But honestly, no matter how inefficiently the oil companies produce, if they are reporting their costs honestly and they're not padding, no single barrel of crude oil, and when I talk of a barrel, we are looking at 190 liters You get the point?
Yes.
About that, 195 liters should cost more than $5 a barrel, no matter how inefficiently you produce. In fact, when I was in Shell, and I left Shell 18 years ago, by the way, when I was in Shell, we were going on a strike because the owners of the Shell International, the international owners of Shell said that the unit operating cost for Shell was too high and that they needed to downsize. So they wanted to cream off the top management that were Nigerian so that they could bring their own people. And the justification was that we were running an inefficient unit operating cost for crude production. So I was the union leader at the time. I was vice chairman of Pengasson, in Shell. So, because some of us try to introduce intellectualism into unionism, unions think that by shouting and going on strike and all that they achieve ends. No. You can achieve so much as a unionist without shutting down for one day, without going on strike. You get the point? Because strikes are actually,
disruptive.
Very disruptive. It's almost like economic terrorism. While I was in Shell, I tried to avoid strikes all the time because I developed a concept called dancing around the barrel. As long as you keep threatening the company that you will shut down, they don't want the barrel to tilt. So whatever you ask for, they will do it. But once you have shut down, you have done your worst. So I kept telling my fellow union leaders, I said, bro, let's not shut down. Because if we shut down, we have done our worst and they will dig in and we will lose. There was no struggle we went for at the time that we did not win while I was in the leadership position at that time. Because we were matching them intellect for intellect. And on this issue of unit OPEX, do you know that we caught their lie? We went to DPR. Because the top management felt threatened, they now made information available to us that we will never have been privy to. So one certain big man, and I wish he's still alive, but I won't call his name, called me to his office, gave me a flash drive, and said I should copy. He copied that information on Excel spreadsheet from DPR, which compared the unit operating expenditure of all the 5 major oil companies at the time. That was Shell before it became Renaissance.
Yes.
And all that. And Shell was the biggest operator at the time. Do you know what we found out? The unit cost of production of Shell, that was supposed to be the behemoth, the most inefficient producer, was even lower than that of every other one because of economies of scale. Because we were producing over 1 million barrels a day at the time. Our unit operating cost was $3.25. $3.25. The dollar has never changed. I hope you know. The naira has been bastardized because they keep messing it up. You get the point. My salary when I left Shell was 1.4 million a month. It was $10,000 a month that time because the exchange rate was about 140 to 1. Today, $1,000 is 1.5 million naira. You can imagine how far wrong we have been. The dollar has still remained the dollar. So when they're making this noise about they're using $20, $30 to produce one barrel of crude, I say, how is that possible? Where is it coming from? So the point I'm making is that if they really want to even go down, Dangote is talking of gantry price being that is the gantry revenue being $393 to him. It can actually go much lower and it will still be profitable to him. Because that is gantry revenue of 393 naira, per liter, is based on an inefficient pricing for crude.
Well, my producer is flagging me. Now, what we can take away from this conversation very quickly, and this is critical for us, and that is that Nigerians can get the pump price at 100 naira,
and not more than 100 naira
per liter, even in our current circumstances.
Exactly, and there will be no subsidy for one moment. It should not be more than 100 naira. It can even be less, especially if you handle the inefficient exchange rate. Why should $1 exchange for 1,500 naira? It doesn't make any sense. The purchasing power parity of the dollar to the naira is still so much in favor of the naira. The other day my daughter sent me $50 from the US. Now how much it came to? 73,000 naira. What $50 can buy in America? You know what $73,000 can buy in Nigeria? $50 will never dream of buying in the US. So what is the basis?
Well, that's the much we can take this morning. Issues around the pump price of petrol. Dangote's revelations last year, and now that the president is coming to a new year, what with the budget is already in the National Assembly, what policies we ought to be looking at? Madaki has said certain things which I said is on his own. Let Trump not come here. But thinking seriously, those are issues for deep thought and deep consideration. Do we design policies to favor our people, or do we design policies to sound international players? I think what Trump is doing is saying the international play must draw from domestic efficiency. And that's what Madaki is saying this morning. Efficient management of our oil sector can bring down all the price. And all this noise and quarrel be forgotten. And Nigeria's economy can run more smoothly, more efficiently. And you and I can enter the market and buy things at humane prices that can keep our families going. Not the way we're moving this morning. All we can do this morning is to thank Madaki. Madaki, thank you very much for coming to the program.
Always a pleasure.
Well, I will keep,
any time of the day.
thank you very much. I will keep conversing on issues affecting our polity and our nation and our people day after day. My name is Wabos Njaku. Please enjoy the rest of the day and good morning.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Hello and thanks for joining us. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo in Abuja, Nigeria. Today in this special interview, my guest is a very distinguished Nigerian. He was born on the 29th of January 1944 in Kaba, Nigeria. He is a Nigerian who has consistently had an opinion in what happens in our country. He is Cardinal John Onayeko. Your Eminence, my pleasure to be talking with you again after so many years.
Thank you very much. Thank you for considering me still relevant to talk to.
Let me start by saying that you are in good health. I see you at airports, and I mean, it takes a a lot of interrogation to know that you're already 81. Your Eminence, what's the magic? What has been keeping you in good health? What has been... I mean, you don't look 81 at all.
Well, if you had said this 3 weeks ago, I probably would have said yes. But 2 weeks ago, I really went down. And I was told that it was because of stress and overwork. And the doctors warned me to go easy. Well, I asked what you mean by go easy. For as long as you can still move around, you move around. I'm actually right now still recovering from a bad first malaria, then other things that follow. The question of health, that's a matter of, it's normal now. At the moment we are 70 and above, we are ready for all kinds of health challenges until we find the big one that will send us to paradise.
I'm waiting for that. Yeah. But the important thing is that I do thank God that I am in relatively good health. I'm not bedridden. I'm not a heavy burden on my loved ones carrying me up and down. And I'm just praying to Almighty God not to have to go through that. That I could just walk my way gently from this wonderful earth of ours to a more wonderful world in the hereafter. You know, at my age, you must keep thinking about the hereafter.
So could we attribute, I know there's the God factor in good health.
Yes.
But can we attribute this to maybe exercises, the kind of food you eat, or the state of mind?
State of mind, good doctor who is dedicated, checking up on me, reminding me, advising me, take this, don't take that. I'm on regular medication. It seems to be the normal thing now for all old people like us. Regular medication to control sugar and blood pressure. At first, when you were on regular medication, it means that you are sick. And as she said, a young sister, but she said, her area of competence is in gynecology, strangely enough. But she's done special courses for geriatric care. And she's making good use of that. Of course, she's not on alone. There's a whole lot of a few other consultants who know about my case and to whom she reports and who give their advice. So I'm in their hands, and I think they are handling me well.
Your Eminence, recently we had a new pope, and I understand you were part of the pre-conclave meetings and all that, but you had to return, you had to leave Rome because you had gotten to an age where you were not going to be part of the conclave. Mm-hmm. Tell me how you felt when this happened.
Look, no surprise. I knew the law. I knew the laws. I knew the rules. Everybody knew the rules that once you celebrated your 80th birthday, you can no longer participate in the conclave, no matter how important you think you are and how wonderful you think you are. And there were many others like me who also were in the same position. The rule is a good one because you can't be dragging a 90-year-old people into conclave. So I knew I was not going to be part of the conclave, but I knew that I had the right to be at the pre-conclave consistory. Consistory is our technical term for the meetings, discussions, where we spoke a lot about what is the church, and we got reports about how the church at that level is running, the kind of reports that we don't normally get. So that means one you had an opportunity to put in your, and I put it in my own ideas about what I think was going on. You could say that it is a period where people give the idea about what kind of pope they wanted, realizing that the new pope was among those of us there
at the meeting. Some people were perhaps more indicated than others, but nobody was sure
who it was going to be.
The Pope. Yes.
So, like the rest of us, you found out.
Yes,
maybe by watching
like
TV.
The rest of you. The journalists like you, they often have their own conclave, and they have their own pope even before any pope emerges. They had their various lists of people whom they said was going
could be.
Yes, but at the end of the day, it was Prevost who came as Leo the 14th. I didn't know him well. And when his name came up, they began to tell us about his antecedents, and then the only thing you can say is that the Holy Spirit took care of the right decision.
I'm going to ask a question. It could be funny, it could be, but forgive me. When you became cardinal, and the years you were, qualified, to go into conclave if one had happened at that time.
One happened?
Yes. Did it at any time cross your mind like I could become Pope? At any time?
Again, at this level, yes, hardly, personally, for me, it was never anything like an ambition to be a Pope. Also because at that level, one had a good idea of the burdens of being a Pope. And therefore, it's hardly anything you really want to be. Most people who get elected as Pope see it as a cross that is being put on their shoulders, which they accept as a will of God for them. As a cardinal, I knew I was qualified to be a Pope, but I didn't go into the conclave saying rosaries or novenas that I may be the one to emerge. No, not at all. Not at all. And also at that level, I knew that unlike other elections, where you have candidates lined up, each one with manifestos and kind of
campaigns and what have you.
Because the conclave is not like that at all. Because the conclave is an election in which every elector is a candidate. It could be any of those of us gathered there. That was in the 2020, the election of Pope Francis.
Okay.
I was in that conclave. Yeah. Incidentally, that conclave took place a few months after Cardinal Arinze turned 80. So he couldn't join us. He was not with us. But Okoje was with us at that conclave. Even though he was a bit physically challenged, but he came on his wheelchair. Yes. But this last one, I crossed the 80 years, and I happily came back home and waited, prayed like the rest of the church for the Holy Spirit to guide the conclave.
You didn't know this Pope very well. But what challenges do you think his papacy may face? What challenges are popping up in the church and in society that will be part of the cross that he will bear?
One thing that kept coming out during that pre-conclave consistory, in different words, is that the conclave is not meant to elect a successor to Pope Francis, but rather to elect a successor to St. Peter the Apostle. And that the office that was going to be elected is a Patriarch office. That kind of the idea is coming out from
wants to show that every pope is himself. He has no obligation to
be someone else,
to repeat, to be like his predecessor, no matter how popular or otherwise the person may be, because every pope is himself. Himself and the pope, and being himself, he faces the challenges of the church with his own charisms, with his own gifts and talents, and in his own way. And we have seen that. We have seen Pope John Paul II be pope in a way that we didn't see a pope be before. But we saw Pope Benedict XVI. He was not in any way like Pope John Paul II, but he responded to the needs of the church during the brief years he was there. And then Francis came out of the blues and behaved in a way that, what I always say is that Pope Francis finally made it such that even me, I can be Pope. In other words, you can be yourself. He took certain steps to show that the Pope can be himself. He doesn't have to fall into any line. For example, the fact that he refused to stay in the Apostolic Palace and just stayed in the hostel where bishops always stay when we go to Rome. And he spent his 12 years there. Throughout the 12 years was a pope. He was going to the Apostolic Palace for his official meetings and the audiences and so on. But he always returned there for his meals and for sleep. He met a few people once in a while in that place. But that's just one out of many ways he was a pope in his own way. This pope too is an Augustinian. It's interestingly now these last two popes are religious. Pope Francis was a Jesuit, and this provost was an Augustinian, deep Augustinian, because he was a leader of the Augustinian order for 12 years. Because then we realized that he had lived in Rome for 12 years and had been familiar with the inner workings of the Holy See, which means when he became a pope, many of those things were not
very new to him.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to talk more about the church, but your voice has always been an outstanding one when it comes to
is that so?
What happens in our country. And recently, in a number of speeches you made, you have criticized our government, and let me be very specific. You urged our president recently to understand the true struggles of Nigerians and implement policies that improve their well-being. You also signposted the challenges of the elderly. In April 2025, you decried the neglect, poverty, and isolation faced by many elderly citizens who once served the nation, calling it, in your own words, a disgrace, and urging society not to forget them. Let's look at the presidency of Tinubu and the presidency and the leadership that we have had in our country. When I spoke to you about a decade ago, we still talked about the challenges of everyday Nigerians. And decades after, these challenges are still facing us. How would you want, to react to these developments?
The two issues you raise, the challenges of the ordinary Nigerians and the challenges specific to the people, elderly people, it's all the same thing. It's all about the same thing.
The present administration for the past 2 years and above have been telling us that they have a clear vision for making Nigeria great. And this clear vision entails a series of policies which they are implementing, that these are policies that ought to have been implemented earlier on, but that previous rulers were slow to do the needful. Now we have a ruler who is not only visionary, but also bold and courageous. They admit that the results, the outcome of their policies has led to unpopular feelings from the people. And that I'm trying to listen to them, that a good government should not be wanting to carry out popular policies, but rather policies that will work for the good of the nation. I've been listening to this, but apart from they themselves who are turning out these policies and the people whom they have recruited to carry it out, the vast majority of Nigerians don't seem to see it that way. They definitely don't agree that the government should be there to pursue policies that make life difficult for the people. No matter how beautiful your policy is, it should not make people's life miserable. Because the promise of a beautiful life later, when is this later life coming? And how are we sure it is coming? There are many Nigerians who do not share the optimism they have about the outcome. I was listening to the television yesterday when our president was in Ibadan. Exactly the same thing.
Talked about the pain of surgery.
That we have been saying, he agrees that we have put us in pain for the past 2 years. We have only 2 years more. But that now we are at the end of the tunnel, and the good things are now coming. What are these good things that are now coming? Those who are economists cannot share this optimism. And that is why we believe that whatever policy a president or a regime may be having, the good of the people must be the center of attention. People must be the center of your attention. We are talking of people unable to feed their families. We are talking of unemployment rampant. We are talking of young people who have lost hope in the nation. Because this line you say you are taking, they cannot see it. They cannot see any light at the end of the tunnel, which is why many of our young boys and girls who can make it are leaving the nation for destinations that are only in their minds, but which, unfortunately, we know is not necessarily going to make things easy for them. When young people begin to run away from their nation, it's not a good sign now. Because young people should be able to see in the government sign of a better future. They are not seeing it. And so, I think, I remember making it very clear,
if we are going to have a free and fair election, this regime must change its policies. Otherwise, you can't expect Nigerians to want you to continue beyond 2027. But I'm not seeing any reaction in that direction. The opposition parties that are revving towards the election, they are saying the same thing, that the policies we have now are in the wrong direction. I'm not sure I see clearly in them what the alternative they are proposing for Nigerians will be, except to say we will reduce your pains. How? We need to see more
graphic details.
Yes, in more details. Yes. But maybe we have 1 year and a half now to see all that. I've been in this country now, and I'm now 81 years old, and I was already an adult when we became independent in 1960. I was in Patafo Abalewa Square when we raised up our flag for the first time that evening, 1st of October 1960. I was in Form 4 in college and in Benue State, and I was sent by my school to represent my school at the independence. We were full of confidence in our nation. That now we are going to be independent. We are going to be like the great nations. The great nations we knew then were England, Germany, America, France, those countries. We were hoping to become like them. We were not hoping to become like South Africa because we knew South Africa was under apartheid. But we believe that just give us 10 more years, maybe 20, we will be in the front line. That has not happened. 60 years ongoing. 60 years going. But I still have not lost confidence in the ability of our nation to be among the frontline nations of the world. Because I think the way the material is there. We can now see how many of our brains have actually left Nigeria because Nigeria has no room for them. And wherever they go, they are performing wonderfully. Now, while we thank God for that, we still ask, these brains should be here now. They should be building here instead of building other people's nations. Take anything. They were talking about my health. The number of Nigerian doctors that are curing people in other nations. While in Nigeria, the hospitals have no doctors. The ones they have are on strike because they are not being treated well. It doesn't make sense now. It doesn't. And when they are sick, the people who are in charge of us, they are always going out. For how long? Isn't it a shame that the president of Nigeria should be going out for treatment? Can't even fix up a clinic in the estate house to take care of Mr. President. What does it take? You may think it takes is a political will. There was probably all those who started the federal medical centers in every state or in every geopolitical zone. That was the idea. That at least if we cannot make every hospital good enough, let's have a few that we can rely on. And there's no reason why we shouldn't have been able to have it. They were built for that purpose. The National Hospital was built to be a center of excellence. Well, people go there now not to. The only thing left there are the structures, but even the equipment have. And the doctors that used to be there, politicization has overtaken the place. It's a shame. So we have so many things that could be done differently. And when the present regime came, the things they are doing differently are don't seem to be differently in the right direction. One would expect to have things much better. I have people who are coming here to beg. They were the old people, the normal good beggars whom we know. But we're having a fresh set of beggars now. People who never begged before. And now...
And it's because of the situation and conditions of the country.
Yeah. Apart from those who had the jobs but don't have job anymore. They have lost their jobs. And it is terrible for a responsible gentleman. You have your family, looking after your wife and children, and suddenly you are unable.
And Your Eminence, the other thing that really worries Nigerians is when a government says, oh, we need to sacrifice, we need to, contribute. And then people say that the government is not leading by example. I was watching TV too a few days ago, and a young person was arguing that our president says we should, sacrifice. And he's buying a new jet, and he's globetrotting, and the ministers fly first class, and so many things going wrong. Another thing they talk about is corruption that is still endemic 2 years after we have a new government.
Not only endemic, but growing. Growing in we are no longer talking of stealing of millions. It's always trillions now that have been stolen. Billions and trillions. Which really has no reference to the reality of the people who are told to make do with a minimum wage of 70,000 naira a month that is not even being paid. Now my regular drugs for BP and sugar is costing no less than 50,000 every month. If I was on a 70,000 naira pension, how will I manage? And I'm told that many people who had been on those medications before, when it was costing about 20,000, 15,000 a month, they can no longer afford it. And we are not surprised that every now and again we hear this one has dropped dead, that one has dropped dead. Because they try and look for alternatives. They buy other cheaper drugs, which are not currently doing the job. Or they go for a boo, or all kinds of native remedies, which has its own limits. Well, we are not supposed to have a nation that will make us live forever, but at least let us live decently for a reasonable length of time in this world. And that is what we are still waiting for. As for the lifestyle of government, it's not only that they spent too much on themselves. Typical example is the so-called allowances that have been carved for themselves by the members of the National Assembly. Up to now, we don't have a clear picture of the exact amount of money each takes home every month, but they say it's nothing less than 10 million every month for each of them taking home. And none of them is complaining about that. And they know that the minimum wage is 70,000. What? Are we in the same country? The result is that those who should be taking of the ordinary Nigerian are not feeling the kind of pressure that is on them, which explains the quality of discussion you get in the National Assembly. They are not discussing things that concern the ordinary Nigerian. There are all kinds of fanciful projects that they are talking about, and the government sends all kinds of fanciful bills. That is, and they congratulate. We are congratulating ourselves every now and again with nice statistics that we say we have GDP has increased, that We have cleared all our debts, and blatant, is it untruth or lies? I don't know how to call them. The things that are being said that are not really true, but we are supposed to take it like that. You cannot run a nation. The nation cannot survive very much on that. Like I said, are we going to have a free and fair election? If we are going to have a free and fair election, then 2037 should give us opportunity to pass our judgment on how this government has treated us. And we need to have alternatives presented to us for us to move forward without killing and destroying ourselves.
I'm glad you brought this conversation here, because one of the challenges in Nigeria is how we recruit those that occupy public offices. And this is about the third time you've said this in this interview. I wish that we have a free and fair elections. What will be your suggestion for us to have a better process of recruiting those that lead our country?
Simple. That the body that should be organizing the election should be free and independent, as the name suggests. Now we have an INEC that is not independent, certainly, that has been, for as long as the INEC is constituted by government, and the government that is party to election, how do we expect to have a free and fair election? How do we expect to have a free and fair election? And we are hoping too that the judiciary will help to be fair and impartial. But we are finding that the judiciary is getting more and more hooked up by the executive. So it's no longer a free arm of the government that we're expecting. And we saw that in the last election. The effort they made to explain to us why the election we had was a wonderful one. And all the arguments, all the evidence that shows plainly the irregularities were swept away, were not accepted, were not acceptable. And we were supposed to, even those of us who are not lawyers, we were asking, for goodness sake, what is happening here? Now, I think, I don't know, what I'm hearing is that according to our constitution, it is the National Assembly that should put forward suggestions to improve
the constitution,
the electoral laws.
Electoral laws, okay.
But that the present National Assembly as constituted is made up of people who are there through taking advantage of the loopholes in our constitution for elections. And they don't want to block those loopholes. They want the constitution to continue to be what it is now, so that you don't have to depend on the people's will to get into power, but rather continue with the system of political gerrymandering. Even the whole question of political parties has become a joke. And so we need to see how we can liberate the Independent National Electoral Commission from the control of government. We need to they need to open up the ground for participation in elections in terms of political parties and independent candidates. when we talk of independent candidates, my mind is not going to an independent presidential candidate. My mind goes to independent candidates at lower levels.
The legislature.
And especially local government.
Local government.
I can, when you open the gate for the independent candidate, I can easily see a local government where a good man comes up and the people say, it is you we want to be our local government chairman, and you vote for him without reference to any political party. We need that. We need that. Our fight will go up towards the level of governors and presidents. It is time will say. But the technicalities of elections, one gentleman was talking on television today, said, okay, it's important, we will say that we should make sure that by law, electoral results will be transmitted in real time. Then he said, you can say that if you like, but if the INEC is not independent, even the technology will not be independent.
I mean, some of the things you're suggesting will need a constitutional amendment.
That's what I'm saying.
And I am asking, we've been on this constitutional amendment by the legislature for decades, for so many years. A new legislature comes, they start the constitutional, they spend money, do this and do that.
They are on it now.
At the end of the tenure, nothing happens. Are you one of those who are saying there should be something like a constitutional conference, independent of the legislature as we have it now, the executive as we have it now, but a conference that will be all-encompassing for Nigerians to really say, this is how we want to be led?
The present rule in our constitution, which says this constitution can only be amended on the basis of the National Assembly. It is a decision that the Nigerian constitution has put there. But we do know that that's not the only way out. That's not the only way out. And we are also aware now that relying on that, we are not going to get us we are not be able to get a real change in our constitution, relying on the people who are presently in the National Assembly that are there on the basis of this warped constitution. It's a vicious circle. We are asking them to legislate themselves out of power.
And they're not interested in doing that.
Well, how should they be interested? In fact, the major element is that in Nigerian politics now is that you want to retain power by hook or by crook. To retain power, that is the important thing. Not even to govern. You can see that now that election is in 2027. The government that should be governing is busy already politicking.
Talking about 2027.
They are not talking about governance. They are talking about how we are governed. So, and people go into politics to capture power.
So how do we...
That has to change.
How do we convoke this kind of conference?
How that will change, I don't. How that will change peacefully, I don't know. How that will change peacefully, I don't know. It is possible for it to change peacefully. The only way to change peacefully is if we have a government that decides to change things, and that is not as intent on holding power. We have been hearing severally a comparison being made between our present president and President Musa Yar'Adua. That when President Musa Yar'Adua was elected, he looked at the results. He won all right, but he says this is not a good election.
That there was something wrong.
There's something wrong with it. And he immediately set
set up an independent group to look into the electoral process to change certain things. The so famous Waste Commission, which came out with some very important suggestions that have been put aside since then. Was that the mood of our present president after the long legal battle of the Supreme Court judgment? No. This is a local. This is my turn.